got 6 o'clock if we want to call the study session to order, and I believe it's Mr. Persick with make us tip experts tonight.
That is my intent.
All right.
Good evening, council. Tonight we're going to talk about traffic impact fees and their relation to some development agreements that you're going to see. So give me 1 second. I'll get my screen shared. All right. Like I said, traffic impact fees and development agreements. So talk about two main things: traffic impact fees and kind of everything that makes them up, and then how they relate to some proposed development agreements. So what is a traffic impact fee? So it's a one-time charge that's assessed by a local government against new development project to help pay for new or expanded public transportation facilities that will directly address those increased demand for services created by the development. The state law, so the RCW and our city code both authorize them. And I like to say that impact fees ensure that development pays for development. So how is the traffic impact fee calculated? So we put together the transportation system plan, which is essentially our 20-year plan for roads. It doesn't have every road in the city, but it's got the main roads, the main intersections, those sorts of things. As part of that process, we come up with estimated costs for all of those. Once that's done, we determine how much of those projects are attributable to growth. And there's a couple main ways I've seen done. You can look at your system as a whole, which is typically done by kind of your smaller cities. And then you can go project by project and look at it. So we do the system as a whole. So if you look at our 20-year transportation plan, of the total traffic that will occur in the 20-year period, 56.4% of that will be from growth. And so that's the percentage you'll hear me use a lot to show what's growth and what we can collect the traffic impact fee for. So after you have all of that, it's essentially a calculation. You take your eligible costs, which is what we just discussed. You add your debt and you subtract off any collected funds. So essentially what you have at the bank at the point you make the calculation, and you divide that by your trips, and that's a growth related cost. Then by state law, you're required to take off other sources of money that you use for that. For us, that's typically, I believe, REIT 2. So that subtracts off a piece of that. That leaves a final per trip fee, which is what gets used to calculate our traffic impact fees.
Would a legislative monies be other sources or not included in that calculation?
It grants and other things can fall.
Grant, maybe like a congressional.
That more falls under the grants, which are typically another source. And I'll get to it, but that's essentially like our matching for the 56.4%. So how are traffic impact fees used? So a couple ways, both capital projects and then development projects. So capital projects are the ones where the city is the lead. We go do the design, do the construction. Like I mentioned, they're used as a match to those grants and other funding. When we use them, we can't make up more than the traffic impact fees can't make up more than 56.4%. So essentially that development piece. And anytime we do a project, it requires both prevailing wage and city bid laws to be met. On the development side, developers receive traffic impact fee credits for building that infrastructure. They receive 56.4% of what is spent, not to exceed the maximum that's included in the plan. And essentially those credits are used in lieu of a future traffic impact fee payment. And just a reminder that developer projects don't require prevailing wage or city bid laws to be met. So the collection of the fees, so per our code, impact fees are both calculated and due at the time of building permit issuance. And that's when the credits get used. So if they owe $1 million for the traffic impact fees, they have 500,000 in credits. they would use those credits and they would pay the difference of 500. If they have more credits than they owe, they can use them on the next project down the line. Traffic impact fee update. So we update our costs annually. It's typically a one size fits all update. So Megan calculates inflationary rates, those sorts of things. We apply it to all the projects across the board. That establishes our new traffic impact fee for the year. And this is included when you guys approve the fee schedule for the year. So how does all of that relate? And I'll stop here. Are there any questions specific to the traffic impact fee component? Okay. So how does that relate to the proposed development agreements? So we have 3 projects, and I kind of mentioned them in my staff report, but I'll go over them each individually, that are making a request that's related to the traffic impact fee. The first is the Mill Creek subdivision. It's a 223 lot subdivision, very near to our 92nd Avenue pump station that was just awarded. They'll be constructing 2 TSP projects. One is the 92nd Avenue intersection improvement, which in this case will be a roundabout. And then the 92nd Avenue extension. So that's essentially that south leg of that intersection. Right now it's a T intersection. It has the U-turn signal that WashDOT installed when they built the project. This will add the 4th leg. They essentially will have 2 requests in their DA. They would like to increase both of the projects to market condition costs. So when we look at the transportation plan, we're looking at, we do estimates for it, but it's based on what we know at the time. So at this point, they're probably 3-ish years old with some inflationary increases, but and it's kind of a one size fits all. We try to look at the projects individually, but to do full estimates for the 150 projects that are in transportation plan are impossible. So it often will come up that the costs aren't quite matching with what you'll see in the field. So they're essentially asking for that increase. And then they would like to make the intersection project 100% credible. Again, we look at it typically on a holistic as part of the city, but you can look project by project and determine if the project is actually 100% benefiting development. In this case, you can make that argument because the intersection operates per level of service standards as is right now. So it's only new development that's going to increase it past level of service standards, plus requiring it for that 4th leg of it. So I believe there is justification to make that argument. The second project is the Rasmussen Commercial Center. It's an 8-lot commercial development, southeast corner of Rasmussen and 503. They will be constructing one one TSP project, and that'll be the Rasmussen intersection improvements. Right now, they're working through the intersection analysis process with WashDOT. It's very likely this will also end up as a roundabout. That's not been finally determined, but that's kind of where the process is heading. They will have 2 DA requests. Again, they would like the market condition increased, and they would also like to make the project 100% creditable. And it's kind of the same situation. Right now, the intersection functions per our level of service standards. It only gets worse with growth of, development growth. The third is Commerce Industrial Park. It's a 9-lot industrial development kind of east and south of Battleground Village. They will be constructing one transportation project. It's the 20th Avenue extension. The request is to make this 100% creditable. And I'll go into this one a little more on the next slide, but I believe there's also some value to this one. So some potential benefits of looking at development agreements. So for the Mill Creek subdivision specifically, it helps ensure that the project moves forward. It provides a beneficial transportation infrastructure that ties to the city's 92nd Avenue pump station project. So we're building the sewer infrastructure that will benefit that area, get it to develop. This intersection and the 4th leg will do that same. It's essentially the transportation piece of getting this area to grow. So it allows us to help that happen. For the Rasmussen Commercial Center, similar request. It helps ensure the project moves forward. This will benefit transportation infrastructure that supports commercial property, which will help our sales tax base. Commerce Industrial Park, again, it provides a beneficial transportation to an industrial property. The other thing to know about this one, so this project came in as a short plat. And in our code for commercial and industrial projects, we require a full street improvement with the site plan. Our code does not require it with the subdivision or short plat process. So because it came in as a short plat subdivision, it would only have to build the half street out there. Then as the site plans came in, it would build those additional pieces. So essentially you would end up with a hodgepodge of a road. It wouldn't be built at the same time. The other issue is that even with that full width improvement, it does not require the sidewalk on the west side of the street, just the east side where they're abutting. The developer of this project has said that if he gets the full credits, he will build the full road, including the sidewalk and the planter strip on the west side of the road. So essentially, it's a way for us to get that full road built that we theoretically can't do through the code, and get it built at the same time so we don't have pieces. Yep, that will be in writing through the DA. And then a couple general comments. Again, this changing these things up sticks with the growth pays for growth. So when developer comes in, they put in a bunch of upfront costs, they get some credits. They sell it to a home builder, your kind of end user, they have to pay traffic impact fees. So kind of what you're doing with these development agreements is you'd be shifting some of that burden off the initial developer and onto the end user. It's still all development paying for development. So to me, it doesn't get passed on to like the taxpayer or anything like that. The developer's paying for it. You're just shifting that burden one way or the other to make it more palatable. And then just the comment that doing it through development as credits does not require the prevailing wage, which theoretically leads to lower cost projects.
George?
I do have a question.
And I'm on to questions.
Yes, perfect timing. So I was curious about the two projects that are along state highways. Does the state fund any of that?
State at this point does not fund any of that.
So
They've got, like us, they have 20-year plans for what they're doing in the next 20 years. Obviously, they cover the entire state. So they're taking their limited funds and doing what's best for the state as a whole. So nothing that I'm aware of would impact anything in the city.
do the developers get credits from the state? Just
No,
kidding.
no, it's just from a,
All right,
Sorry,
thank you.
question. Now you just made me think about the RTC when we went over there. Sorry if you can't hear me. The RTC had the roundabout for Onsdorf on 503. So why wouldn't we get the same one funding for the 503 and Rasmussen's roundabout?
so for Onsdorf, that's a city project, and it was actually the city that made the grant application to get that funding.
Okay, so we missed that one for the 92nd.
Developers moving forward with these projects, so it's to me easier to let development take those projects on and then us take the one that's not being done by development. That way, because again, if we get involved, then comes prevailing wage project, cost increase, time increase, all of that. So
Gotcha.
from my perspective, it's always easier. There's less risk to the city if you let development handle it.
Quick question, Mark, you mentioned if the short plat did not have to do the entire street, do you think that's a hole in our code, or do you still agree with that provision of our code?
So I agree with the part of not doing the sidewalk in the planter strip. There would be no nexus proportionality to require that. I do believe we can do a code update or I'm going to propose a code update in our annual updates to patch that hole, because I think the reason we do commercial and industrial is just the amount of traffic, the size of the vehicles, those sorts of things. On a residential, half streets make sense. You know, you've got smaller vehicles, less traffic. You can justify only doing the smaller. On commercial industrial, I think it's less hard to justify on that side of it. So I do think it would make sense to require it. This is just a gap in the code that kind of has this loophole right now. But yeah, I am going to propose to patch it if we can.
Awesome. Glad to hear that. And I just wanted to add to the prevailing wage, how I understood it. There's a pretty good presentation at RTC. And the savings on the prevailing wage is, excuse me, not so much in the wages, it's in the reporting and the forms and the back channel stuff for the most part. And I've talked to a couple of our local construction. That's like, if we didn't pay prevailing wage, our guys, we would be looking for, well, our people, we'd be looking for people. So it's not the wage to the person. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that the city's not trying to cut anybody's wages by not doing prevailing wage.
No, and you can see that like on our 503, 502 bid, there's a prevailing wage rate. Most of Rachi happened to be doing that project. Most of the employees, even the subs, were quite a bit higher. And so, yeah, the rate's pretty similar, but when you add all that paperwork and all of that other stuff that's required, it puts it up here.
I have a question. Mark, when we talk about credits, when we issue those, is there a time frame? You said you could use it towards other projects. Do they go forever, or do you have to
No,
say
I
you have to
believe
use
10
them in a
years is the expiration. Yeah, 10 years.
Okay, thanks.
Would this allow us to, I'm assuming when we put in roundabouts, we're not developing roundabouts that will support a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Correct. So one of the things council has talked about is, especially on the state highways, is getting speeds more reasonable for an urban area. So, you know, in other places, I'm sure you've seen like where the speed limits come down, and part of that is, you know, you can lower the speed limit, but it becomes an enforcement issue if the engineering doesn't match. So having a roundabout makes the engineering match those lower speed limits, which again, from an engineering perspective, is more reasonable for being in the heart of a city. Cars flying at 55 miles per hour doesn't make sense, but without some engineering improvements to back up a speed reduction, it'd be, you know, you could enforce it, but people are going to do what they're going to do. But roundabouts very much slow this down. So the more you get on these corridors, the lower speeds you're going to have, and the better safety you're going to have.
And then the other thing, when you compare this to like an Onsdorf, would this, because there isn't the development going on Onsdorf that we would have in these areas, these are development driven. That's one of the reasons why these were not on a RTC plan or going after funds from that direction, because
Correct.
we have the ability to do it through developer agreements like
Correct.
this.
Yeah.
Versus Onsdorf, there's not a lot being pushed that way.
No, so we are definitely collecting concurrency mitigation fees, but it's little one-offs, you know, it's a few trips from this one, a few trips from that one. So for one developer to do it, it's unreasonable. And again, doesn't meet the nexus proportionality. So while we're collecting the fees and development's going to pay for it, it's really a city-led thing. Whereas these two other projects, even the third one, are very much that project will depend on that improvement. And so there's a very good connection. And by having the sort of financial incentive via the credits, it ensures that it happens and all of that.
Well, I know on the Rasmussen piece, this has been an issue for the last 7 years in the ability to market that property. Is we didn't have connectivity to be able to go north, south, that kind of stuff. And even with the fire district, when they were looking at that property, that was an issue there.
Yep.
Because they need that ability to go south, and it's a right in, right out only going north.
Yeah, I mean, there's some retailers that will come in with right in, right out, but to get your true like impactful, you need full whether that be a roundabout or a signal, it doesn't really matter to most people, but the ability for southbound to go left into there, to left out to go southbound is important to most retailers.
Thank you.
Just two quick things. You remind me the term when a intersection's already over capacity and we charge a fee when they add a trip to it.
It's a concurrency mitigation fee.
Concurrency mitigation. And that's a different fund and no expiration date. That's just cash payments that basically go into our transportation plan or.
So there is expiration. We have to use those within 6 years, but it's spread out where, you know, a chunk will go to design, a chunk will go to right away, a chunk will go to construction. So the way it's spread out, those are pretty easy to use. I think it stayed at 6, right? No, that popped up to 10. Yeah, 6.
Gotcha. And so why would a project have that and not TIF, I guess? Or is it one or the other, or is it both, or why would it be both?
So the concurrency mitigation is a special fee for violating concurrency. So the two, actually all three, but really concurrency is based on intersections, so I'll refer to two. So Rasmussen and 92nd didn't have concurrency failures. They're really driven by the project that's going in. So that's really only handled through TIF at this time. The ones where there is a failure are actually both. So concurrency is actually making up that difference, you know, so we can collect the 56.4% for development. It's kind of the other part of the fee because they want to move forward in a timely manner. Otherwise, they would have to figure out how to build that improvement. Again, you get in this little cloudy legal world about nexus proportionality and that kind of thing, but essentially we're able to use that concurrency mitigation fee to allow them to move forward, but make sure they meet concurrency.
It's essentially another fee on an intersection that's already at capacity above and
Correct.
beyond the traffic
Correct.
impact fee.
Yeah.
And then last little thing, how much would the roundabouts on the state highways? I take it that WASDOT's making the final choice on the traffic pattern on those.
Yeah, so they have a manual, it's called the design manual, that's laid out with kind of all the requirements. And so you go through a process, it's called an ICE intersection control evaluation. And through that process, you do like a traffic study, you do public surveys, cost benefit analysis. It's just this kind of whole bunch of stuff. As part of that, you look at sort of what the roundabout should look, you know, so how many lanes, what feeds into it, those sorts of things. So it's kind of all spelled out into this. Ultimately, a WashDOT staff person or staff people will make, you know, kind of, do they agree with your analysis? Did you look at it correctly? But it's pretty, you know, formulaic where you follow this process and it lays out. So a good example is Onsdorf. You know, there's a little bit of a, how big you make that there, we're kind of right on a line where, you know, you can get a certain amount of time with it laid out this way. You get a little more time if you get a layout slightly different. So we've kind of talked back and forth, you know, is that phased where you build it this and then you make the other parts removable so it covers, you know, those sorts of things. So you can get into discussions like that, but it's pretty, you know, programmatic in the manual.
It sounds like the roundabouts are pretty baked into how they steer this conversation.
Yeah, the WashDOT's taking a lot of steps towards safety and then complete streets. And it's just impossible to argue that roundabouts aren't safer because you go into them at lower speeds, even if you have driver confusion, even if you have things that can lead to accidents. An accident at 20 miles per hour is just not going to be injury prone. An accident at 55 miles per hour at a stoplight is going to kill somebody. It's just that simple. And so, yeah, their documentation is very much heading that direction.
Hard to argue with numbers, but we try. Anybody else on the, we want to see if Eric or Adrian are online, have any questions? I can't see them, so I can't.
I can stop share.
There he is. He unmuted, so he's got something.
Yeah, no, I just, I wanted to comment just so it wasn't left dead air, but, thank you, Mark, for that, presentation. And kind of shedding some light on some of the traffic impact fees and developer agreement and how that works. That was good for me. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just because we have so much time, right? I mean, we still have 30 minutes, might as well use it up. with some of my questions. So just, I think I just have one is they want to increase the cost of, both projects to the market conditions. Do we know how far below we are falling from those market conditions?
So one of the reasons you don't have the development agreements in front of you right now is that's part of what we're working out. So
Okay.
they've got bids, at least one, if not two of them have bids from contractors. So we're kind of getting those prices in. So I don't have exact numbers yet. So that's when you actually see the development agreements that will have all the numbers in.
Mhm.
Plus, I'll do the calculation to show you how much the traffic impact fee will increase. And I'll give some examples like, right now a single family home is here. By doing this, it's here. So you can see kind of real world impacts of doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Is any of that increase due to inflation based on when you did your estimates versus now?
Like I said, Megan does a good job of doing like the CPI, I think CPI and the various inflation, but the way we have to do the estimates and sort of the imprecise nature of doing 150 of them at one time, it's like there's always going to be things that are sort of project specific that inflation increase is just not going to cover. And so, there's probably a little bit that's still inflation related. There's just other things that are project specific that you wouldn't catch at that level.
Well, it seems like there'd be more risk of underestimate or overestimating than underestimating from the city.
Yeah, I mean, as an engineer, it's cost estimating is hard. It's like, I think this based on this, and you sometimes want to be higher because it's a lot easier to say, hey, we came in real cheap versus, you need
Not
to
on
find
these,
another
though.
$1 million, So yeah, there's always some, imperfection in that.
I have one more question, sorry. Is that regarding the credits? Like what is the cost about that we have to adjust? Is
The
it-
cost, yeah, the cost essentially is how you come up with your traffic impact fee. And that's what ultimately the credits is based off of.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out why we would be doing their budget for us.
56.4% of
Okay.
what, right?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Clear as mud? All experts? Which is it?
So yeah, kind of the next step is staff will continue to work on the development agreements, make sure they're ready for your guys' consumption, and then we'll bring them in and be happy to answer any additional questions once they're in.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's pretty tough for 7 of us to sit up here and wrap our brains around the intricacies of it. So really, I mean, it comes down to having the experts in the right positions at the city. So trust you guys and what you come up with on this, and thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
And we'll see you at 7. It is that time.
Wow.
Welcome to the June 17th, 2024 Battleground City Council regular meeting. If you're able, please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's no comma there, guys. Ms. Lely, roll please.
Mayor McCoy,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Bowman,
Here.
Councilmember Ferrer,
Present.
Councilmember DeRozier's,
Here.
Councilmember Cortez,
Present.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Overholser,
Here.
and the clerk is present. That concludes the roll.
I think it brings us to agenda approval. Any council member seeing a item to remove or add, now would be the time. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman, second by Councilmember Ferrer. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Summary reports and presentations. First, we have up yours truly for Regional Transportation Council, which is essentially the committee that disperses the federal funds for transportation. Last meeting, I mentioned that they got another tranche of $9 million. Battleground was able to get on that project list. The 503 Onsdorf, the planning, I believe, or design. And if all those projects get completed on time, the rumor is there may be some more money coming from the feds. So all the projects on that list have promised to be punctual, and I'm sure we won't hold them up. So that's pretty much. Oh, the other thing for RTC, they did give some traffic updates. We're almost back up to 2019 traffic. The work from home has really lowered the amount of commuting. I want to jobs up about 12%. Traffic still isn't at 2019 levels, and population's up about 7%. So kind of gives you an idea of how many people are not commuting anymore. I mean, there's more jobs on this side of the river, so it's all kind of playing into it. So I do have those actual numbers if anybody is truly interested. Next up, we have Echo. Councilmember Overholser, do we have a report?
Yeah, I'll just keep it brief. We had a good presentation from the American Red Cross on their disaster preparedness and emergency response processes as it pertains to our municipalities and the county as a whole. Apparently, to engage the Red Cross for emergency purposes, the county would engage them, and that would mobilize them and get them into place, and then they would contact local municipalities to arrange on-site triage in local areas. So it was a good presentation overall. The only other thing that was kind of a hot topic, we're considering creating an executive board for Echo, which I'm guessing would just kind of create an executive structure for that committee. So we'll be talking more on that in the next meeting. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Next up, Urban County Policy Board. I sit on this one. This is the money from the state for transportation. This is the one why I was late for the VHA. Well, sorry. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you're correct. It's not transportation. Some of it is safety, community housing, parks. A lot of recipients of those grants are not on time. And some of those recipients are around homelessness. A lot of them are around business development. I would recommend that the city next year put in 2 projects. Some of our local municipalities no longer qualify. We got sidewalks on Parkway, and what was the one before that? First
First Street, correct.
And I know we thought about putting a park on there once. I think we got that from state funding. I would recommend that we put one of each on there. Camas and Ridgefield don't qualify for these grants anymore. Some of these grants are going, I think in this bucket are going to projects that the group may be willing to fund before the other ones. So in other words, the parks, the sidewalks, there's other buckets of money for where some of these organizations are getting into this bucket. So I would be in full support of that for next year. So obviously in that meeting, we went over just the timeliness of the grants. So that was pretty much it for that one. Next up, we have C-Tran Board of Directors, Councilmember Cortez.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, sir. And lastly, I mentioned it briefly. Ms. Davis and I voted, and it's either Councilmember Overholtz or Ferrer giving an update on Vancouver Housing Authority. So take it away.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm very appreciative of their time. They toured, let's see, it was like, the mayor said, he came, it was, Councilmember Overholser, Councilwoman Davis and myself and our interim city manager. And we went in 2 different vehicles. We got to see different sites, that the Vancouver Housing Authority is owners of. We got to meet with their property managers. Yeah, the sites, I know some people are very concerned with, going to VHA and, what that would look like, but it was beautiful. The sites were beautiful. They were so quiet. They were so relaxing. They all had their own different vibes, right, to each one, different amenities, and they answered all of my annoying questions. So I was thankful for that.
All right. Very good. Any other council member reports this evening? All right, that moves us on to the mayor's report. As some of you know, Planning Commission Position 1, previously held by Camden Spiller, was vacated on May 3rd, 2024. On behalf of the City Council, I'd like to express our gratitude to Mr. Spiller for his service to our city. The Battleground Planning Commission is a 7-member volunteer board that advises the City Council on all legislative, land use matters referred to it by the council, including comprehensive planning, capital facility planning, transportation planning, and development codes. The Planning Commission meets on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. as needed. As mayor, with confirmation by the council, I choose to appoint Ryan Heasley to Planning Commission, position number 1. I would entertain a motion if the council agrees.
So moved.
Motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman and a second by Councilmember DeRochers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, with that, Mr. Heasley, if you take this time to come up and just introduce yourself to the council and the community at large, who you are, and why you live here. Yeah, right there at the podium, please, sir. Welcome and congratulations.
All right, well, thank you very much. My name is Ryan Heasley. I've lived in Battleground my whole life, since the 80s. And I love Battleground. I care deeply about our community, and I'm just thrilled to be part of this experience. And I'm a teacher. I've had over 1,000 students throughout my years in my classroom, and I'm just really excited to be part of this. I tell my students all the time, like, it's really important part of, like, the government and the civic process. And so this is just a great way to give back, and I'm just really excited. So thank you very much.
Excited to have you on and welcome your voice on the commission. So welcome aboard, sir.
Thank you.
And well, with that, Chief Flynn, I'm going to let you do the name here. Discretion is better part of valor on this one. I believe we have an oath of office.
We do. Liz, are you going to do a formal oath here? Okay. I'd like to introduce or call up our newest hire to the police department is Officer Liviu Balacioniu. Did I get it right, Liviu? Close? Okay.
Go ahead and correct him on your first day, please.
Liviu, I got right. Okay. Common spelling. Before she does his oath of office, I'd just like to just say a little bit about Leaview. He's our newest commissioned hire that we have for the police department. He spent 13 years as a contractor before coming here. And last August, he graduated from the academy and was hired by the Clark County Sheriff's Office, and then saw what we had to offer here in Battleground. He's here tonight with his beautiful girlfriend, Michelle, in the back. And he has 5 very precious children that are exceptionally well behaved, contrary to what he might sometimes say. Evelyn, she's 11 years old. Elias, did I get that one right as well? 7, Daniel 6, Sarah 3, and Isaac, who is 2 months old, is there in the back. What makes Leaview a little bit special is he grew up in Romania for 19 years. He came to the United States in 2009. He's only a few credits shy from his associate's degree in criminal justice. He's also a private investigator. He plays soccer and cooks. And here's what's really impressive also for the police department is Leaview speaks Romanian, English, and Spanish. So he is just going to be a wonderful addition to our family and to the citizens that we serve. So Leaview, it's wonderful having you here. Liz, please.
Thank you.
Stand right back.
Okay.
Be right over there.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Yes, ma'am.
I state your name,
I, Levi Bolachano,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support,
that I will support,
obey,
obey,
and defend the
And-
Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and of the state of Washington.
and of the state of Washington.
I will abide by
I will abide by
the law enforcement
the law enforcement
code of ethics
code of ethics
and will diligently
and will diligently
and impartially
and impartially
perform all duties
perform all duties
of police officer
of police officer
for the city of Battleground,
for the city of Battleground,
county of Clark,
county of Clark,
state of Washington,
state of Washington,
as such duties
as such duties
are prescribed by law.
are prescribed by law.
Family photo, feel free to take pictures.
Any other presentations tonight? I don't have any, so
No, that's it
Okay.
for presentations.
All right, well, that's going to be a hard, cute act to follow. So next up, we have citizen communication. Sorry to set you guys up for failure, but you know, better you than me. Thank you. Be safe out there. So we will now open the meeting for citizens communications. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comments. The total time for comments shall not exceed 30 minutes. All comments should be directed to the city mayor. The council may not be able to respond to individual comments and may refer citizens to a staff member to assist. This time is an opportunity to hear from members of the public in a limited public forum and not an opportunity for extended comments or dialogue. Although the city council desires to allow the opportunity for public comment, the business of the city must proceed in an orderly, timely manner. Is there anybody remotely?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We haven't. I'll come grab that one. First up, we have Stuart Davis.
Good evening, council. My name's Stuart Davis. I'm a property owner and mayor. I run the Battleground Cedars North Airport. I'm the manager there at the airport. I was going to extol the virtues of and how important the airport is. I've done that before, but I've got other people. I appreciate the ones that did show up. And hopefully they'll make some comments on the importance of the air park and the airport. Instead, I'd probably like to, again, extend a welcome to anyone of the council that is making decisions on the future of our airport, that you do come out and visit. Before this evening, there were no takers on this, but please do, because the decisions that you all make could affect the longevity and the survivability of the airport. And that's okay, because we have busy lives. Most people have jobs that keep them very busy. I guess the thing that is not okay with me is the fact that there's some bias here, I believe, as far as the support of either the air park owners that own property there, or the opposing view is the developers and how they're treated. The developer, in the case of this property to the north that's being recommended for R3, they were given a special invitation by council with no one else being invited to give a presentation before the board. And they got to go on for an hour and 30 minutes of discussion and presentation, and we were not aware of that. So if, in all fairness, the people that live and are property owners that are affected by any kind of zone change should be able to have the equal amount of time to present their views as well. By all means, come by and you can see the airport property firsthand. Nobody wants this dense development, especially not next to an airport. The state doesn't direct it. The Department of Transportation doesn't direct it. Nobody really wants the excess traffic and whatever. There is an option to develop it as industrial. There's some of our rules that were devised between the landowners that account for some sort of development commercially. And I wish that, and we have some companies locally that are showing interest in developing it. So I think we should maybe hold off on the R3 rezoning before it's given a little bit more discussion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Sharon, you put question if there's any questions. Are you wanting to, for citizen comments, are you wanting to speak to questions if there's questions on the agenda? Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
That'll move me along to Jasmine Violet regarding road improvement.
Mr. Mayor.
Hi. So I am here about road improvements. I live on the corner of Northwest 4th Avenue and Northwest 25th Street. And on Saturday, June 1st, someone drove through a light post, flung it into our yard, and drove through two parts of our fence, and then landed back in the street. And the official report is that he fell asleep at the wheel, which at 12:30 p.m. on a Saturday, I don't know how much I believe that. But what bothers me is that my kids play there. And when I say my kids, I'm not talking about my physical kids that I have, who are important, but also all of the kids that come to my house. At any given time, I could have upwards of 4 extra kids on top of my own at our house, and they play there in those spaces. If this man had drove through my yard even 10 minutes sooner, my 9-year-old would be dead. There's absolutely no way he would have survived what that man did. He flung debris clear through our yard, way past the point of what seemed possible as just a human watching all of this happen. It was terrifying, and it's my worst fear as a parent. We've lived there for 11 years. My husband built our home. One of our kids is buried on our property, which I probably shouldn't have said out loud because I'm pretty sure that's not allowed, but that's our home. That's where we live. And the traffic has not been this extensive, except for that there's new neighborhoods going in. And I'm all for new neighborhoods going in. I love how diverse Battleground is getting. I love all of our new neighbors that we're getting. It's amazing. What's not amazing is this traffic that's happening, and something needs to be done on that road. The speed limit right now is 40 miles per hour. It is much more common to see people doing going way faster than that. There's a lot of foot traffic. There's a lot of kids that play. There's a lot of people that walk their babies. And at this point, it's kind of dangerous with the new neighborhoods going in and that much more traffic being added. I would love it if you all could consider dropping the speed on that road to anything less than 30. And because I am quite neurotic by nature, I would even love it if speed bumps went in to just really reinforce that people should not go flying down that street. Because I'm just unwilling for my children to be casualties of somebody else's recklessness. And as a parent, I can't do anything else. We put up a fence to protect our kids so that if something like this did happen, maybe it would slow them down. This guy didn't slow down. I have pictures that I can share with you if any of you are interested in seeing them. He didn't slow down. He caused thousands of dollars of damage to our property, and I'm not willing to lose my kids. So I need, literally as a parent, I need the city to do something. I cannot do anything. And just to really play on your heartstrings, one of my children is blind. He will not see a car coming towards him to kill him. So please, please, please address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Next up, Charity, and I just have Feb. I believe that's correct. Charity?
I am Camas resident Charity Feb commenting on the struck down Pride Proclamation. I want to inform you, when queer youths don't feel welcome where they are safe, some will go where they are welcomed, but are not safe. I know this. I witnessed it. 30 years ago, I managed my late parents' bookstore, Battleground Books, on 700 East Main. I still have their business card. I spent a lot of time here. 30 years ago, Battleground had predators living here, preying on queer teens. I stumbled upon them, I realize now, probably by their design. These individuals were very nice, very smart, exceedingly patient, and veritable experts at blending in. Don't ask me details, I remember none. I can say you won't see predators decked out in rainbows or in meetings like this, attracting attention. Oh no. By reminding queer youth they are not welcome in your community, in a world that already bullies them, condemns them, and kills them for being themselves, you're creating a niche market for predators. Is that your goal? Because I promise you're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Missy Fant.
Hi, not a
Yes.
public speaker.
Less.
Oh, goodness. It will take less than 3 minutes, I promise.
That's just trying to be fair to everybody.
I timed it for one. Timed it for one.
Tasking, my apologies.
I tested from last time. Dear council members, my name is Missy and I've been around this community since rip dances at Maple Grove were a thing. That's what, 90s, Cherish? Yeah. I want to thank Cherish, Adrian, Troy, and Shane in supporting the local LGBTQ community and all the citizens of Battleground, all citizens. And Troy, thank you for reading the proclamation last meeting. It did mean a lot to the community itself. Trisha, you spent a majority of your speech stating that if the proclamation mentioned everybody, you would accept and approve it, correct?
Just
Did you-
question to the
Oh,
mayor.
sorry, question to you. Did Trisha even read the proclamation? The proclamation included everyone multiple times. She's proving that she is not standing for everyone. She is letting her discrimination against certain groups of citizens show, and she is not fit for office. Victoria, you denied the proclamation Victoria denied the proclamation due to her believing that it was controversial. At least that's what she stated publicly. Texting folks from her city cell phone in early May and stating that she was looking for ways to deny the proclamation is controversial. Showing up to school board meetings with folks who spend their time threatening and harassing the LGBTQ+ community is controversial. Right, Tyler? You show up
No.
with her?
Up here.
Sorry. And using your platform as a city council member at those school board meetings to attempt to ban books is controversial. It's all public record. It is. The only controversial thing about the Pride Proclamation is why there are 3 members of the city council attempting to make members of their own community feel unwelcome and unsafe. Be better.
You're missing. And last time I didn't do a good job of that, but I'm trying to do better on that. If you're gonna call names, call the mayor names. I'm used to it by now. James Crockett, you're up next. Not used to it, but calloused, scarred.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that we've seen more discourse about this today. I just want to let everybody know that Pride Month is still going on regardless of what proclamations do or do not get read. It's going on all over this country. It's going around this state and in this county and in this community. And along those lines, I want to remind everybody that there's going to be a Pride event going on in Camas on June 23rd. From July 20th through 27th, there are events going on all over the city in different businesses where you can participate in the passport. And then on July 27th, Battleground Pride will have their event at the Battleground Community Center from 11 to 3. And I welcome anybody who wants to show this community that they do matter here, that they participate in all the events that they see, that they can join. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Tracy. I'll let you do last. Tracy Levents. I was not even close. Not abnormal.
Hi, thank you again. 3 minutes seems like a long time now. I'm against speed bumps. I'm gonna say, no, I'm just kidding. That's not why I'm here. Thank you so much for those of you that supported the Pride Proclamation last week. I've had dialogue with several of you. So thank you for that. And thank you for those of you that even if we didn't see eye to eye, reached back out and had conversation. I think I appreciate that. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is since the proclamation and what happened last week, there was a lot of fear. There was a lot of afterwards, like a lot of people didn't know what to do with their feelings for this place that they live in and they love. Sometimes I joke like I live in Battleground, but I'm not always like Battleground, right? Because I try to separate, because I try to say like, I want everyone to feel comfortable here. I'm in a position of privilege. I get that. So that's why one of the reasons I'm up here is because I'm here to just tell people that maybe were afraid to come up here or after last week a little bit more scared, that it's okay, that there are people here. You can be yourself. Just find us, like find your tribe. It's okay, because I can choose to live somewhere else. Sometimes people can't. And we had a few people reach out to us that were afraid to be here. So I just wanted to put that in the record that it's okay. You can be here and find those of us that support you. Secondarily, the thing that I'm also really passionate about and want to urge the council is through this process. Mayor, I heard what you said about people not participating, and I think that's quite true. I've learned some extra things about the proclamation process. And so I'm actually here to urge the council to really look at that sooner rather than later. What is the process for that? What is the language in the proclamation process? Because I just think it's probably a good time to look at that from the governance side of things. I'm a pragmatist often, but because I would be supportive of some of that language changing, some of the language around like religious restrictions changing, controversial. I think Shane, you brought that up last time. That was an excellent point, that maybe that shouldn't be there when it comes to proclamation. So I just wanted to voice my support for that side of this work, to really just look at that, because last week, regardless of how you saw it, I don't think that's the place that we want people to see that Battleground is. And so I think we just need to fix that. No one felt good. Someone said, oh, your side lost. And I was like, that's unfortunate that there's sides, because I think actually nobody won. So just thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, Lisa Edwards.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm grateful for people like yourself to be in positions of authority. And I know it's not a tough or an easy job at all for any of you in any city to have this position. So I appreciate a lot that is thrown at you throughout the years, and that things you have to digest, and people probably treat you as like needing you to be their therapist. And that's unfortunate, but that is where we are in our society. I would urge, if there's an opportunity in the city to have civil discourse, if there's a platform for having such, I'm starting to develop those in Vancouver and Portland, and would love to have that here, to show people what it's like to have difficult conversations around difficult topics with people with opposing views. And so a lot of what I do is about teaching people to be more self-aware. What I teach is known as Advaita Vedanta, or non-duality. And that reveals itself in my work as one who in the community works as a depolarizer, a de-escalator, which I had to do in Vancouver just this past weekend at the block party. We had several churches come up and want to stir the pot. And so I engaged with them for over an hour. We ended up shaking hands. We didn't see eye to eye, and it was perfectly fine with me. Even having the opportunity to invite them to public discourse in the future. So I would encourage you to seek me out, or others who would love to facilitate such a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Cole.
Hi, City Council. I'm Jessica Cole. I'm a parent with children who are LGBTQ, including transgender kids. It's important to recognize that our school district encompasses did I even write this right? Yes, it is. Our school district encompasses not only our city limits, but also parts of incorporated Clark County. And given the City Council's partnership with the school district, I urge you to ensure that all policies, programs, and proclamations are inclusive and supportive of LGBTQ youth. I want to remind the council of Nikki Kuhnhausen, a transgender teen murdered 5 years ago within the Battleground School District boundaries in Brush Prairie. It was just days before her graduation. She was murdered simply for being transgender. This horrific act of violence did not happen in some distant place. It occurred right here within the boundaries of our school district. Nikki's death is a stark reminder of the dangers faced by LGBTQ youth. We must ensure such a tragedy never happens again. We owe it to Nikki and all queer youth to create a safe, inclusive, and accepting environment. When my first child came out as LGBTQ, I struggled due to I struggled due to conflict with my Christian faith. However, I educated myself on the science of gender and the mistranslation of the word homosexual in the Bible. I encourage everyone, Christian or not, to watch the documentary 1946, the movie, and to visit Kathy Baldock's website, Canyon Walker Connections. These Christian resources shed light on how misunderstandings have fueled discrimination against LGBTQ individuals and provide valuable educational materials that foster empathy, understanding, and informed dialogue. Now is the time for our City Council to work together to foster a community of compassion, inclusivity, and unwavering support for all youth, even LGBTQ youth, which means specific representation even in proclamations. Our children deserve to feel safe, included, and valued, and it's our collective responsibility to make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our in-house. Do we have any online, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor. However, Councilmember Cortez has his hand raised.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, did I miss? My bad.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's that? Did we, if you didn't sign up, are you, we can do one more, that's fine. I don't know what, Mr.
I'm Kathy McAleer. I talked to you last time. I'm from Cedars North Air Park. I just want to say thank you for giving us time to really work together to try to figure out the best thing for the air park. I think this was on the agenda last time. We got a couple more weeks. We worked with some of the planning group to try to get a better understanding of what's going on here. Just three things I just wanted to mention. I think last time we talked about R3 and the challenges with compatibility. We did get some legal support from for the air park, and they wanted us to just share with the council that in the event that R3 goes through, it is in violation of a settlement agreement with the Bloomquist and the air park owners for the 2.5 acre lot size. So although the original CCNRs didn't call out the lot size, the lawsuit that happened afterward did. So they wanted us to inform you of that. The second thing is we had a lot of conversations about light industrial. And one of the things that I think we found that was some common ground is that the existing air park zone does allow for light industrial. And so there's an opportunity to do that within the existing zoning. And so the thing that would need to happen is collaboration between the developer and the existing owners so that we came up with a solution that was beneficial for everybody, not just 2 lots. And so that's all I had to say. Just consider the existing zoning does allow for light industrial and it is compatible. So it saves some steps as well and some money. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cortez, did you have something that we missed? I apologize. We don't see your hand on the screen.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, the first speaker that came to give public testimony, I would just like to place on the record that Mr. Davis is the husband of Battleground City Council Member Trish Davis, and this disclosure needs to be placed into the record for full transparency.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything, any members of the public on Zoom that wish to provide public comment remotely that signed up?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I think I asked that and you already answered it, so my apologies. That brings us to consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and usually enacted with one motion. Does any member of council see any reason to remove an item from the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ferrer and a second by Deputy Mayor Bowman. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And I did ask Mr. Hersick to have a couple of diagrams. There's a couple of big projects on that consent agenda. And I know Councilmember Ferrer was with at the downtown kickoff. And there were a lot of comments from the public about why isn't the city investing in roads? Why are other cities doing this and we're not? So I asked to have a couple diagrams put up. If you could share your screen, if you have those, Mark. One of the projects on there was the Captain Strong School Zone Improvement. And the other one was the Northwest 12th and Northwest First Street Improvement. So I was hoping we could maybe share those real quick if you could.
Yep.
I think it's important that we let the citizens know when they see cones, what's going on.
So the first one is up here on the screen. It's the Captain Strong improvement. So this was a city safety grant. So this was a city safety grant. The kind of goal of it was to improve safety in the school zone that's in that area. So there's a couple main items. One is improving the ADA ramps and the crosswalks. We worked with the school district to figure out where they crossed, those sorts of things. So everything's in agreement with them. The other big thing is redoing the signage in the area. So this includes both static signs and then the flashing speed limit signs. You'll have the flashing speed limits on 6th, and I believe there's possibly one on 9th. And then throughout the neighborhood, there'll be both the static crosswalk school signs and the other school speed limit signs. So that's the bulk of the project for this one. For 12th and 1st, this is part of the Connect Washington program. So there's kind of two main goals for this one. When the signal at 12th and Main Street got removed, put a lot of traffic on this road. The road was about 31 feet wide. So to accommodate the 3 lanes, the lanes are about 10.5 feet. What this project will do is make those standard 12-foot lanes. Additionally, the pavement's in bad shape, so we'll fully dig out all of the pavement and the rock, put the new section in. And then kind of a minor improvement on both of the corners. The ADA ramps and the curbs were smoothed out to allow truck traffic a little better movement through there. So essentially, when this project's done, you'll have a wider, brand new street that will support the traffic.
And estimate on when construction may start on this?
For the school, it'll be during the summer, so that should all be done unless there's some issue getting the signs before school starts back up. And then this one will start probably sometime in July, and I would guess September, October timeframe being done.
Thank you. Okay, see, next up we have the public hearing, yeah? Did we receive any testimony that needs to be read in the record?
No, Mr. Mayor.
So this is the 6-year transportation improvement program, the second presentation. Mr. Hersig, it's on to you.
So I don't have anything for tonight, usually on the second presentation, but did make a few tweaks to the TIP. So notice that there were a couple new projects that got added, but they got added at the end. So to be in line with the way we typically do it, they got moved up to the end of the funded projects. Fixed a couple dates that were off, and then we added a column kind of towards the beginning on the left side that says whether the particular phase of the project is funded or unfunded or partially funded, to kind of help explain that. So you'll see a new column in there on those, but other than that, there's no additional projects from the last meeting. So I would recommend we open the public hearing and go from there.
Okay. I will now open the public hearing at 7:44 PM for public testimony. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comment on resolution number 24-07, adopting the 6-year TIP for 2025 to 2030. All comments should be directed to the city mayor. Are there any members of the public on Zoom who wish to provide testimony, or in person? Now would be the time.
No members of the public on Zoom.
Okay, seeing no testimony, I will, seeing no further members of the public wishing to speak, I'll now close the public hearing at 7:44 PM. and open up for discussion or a motion as the council desires.
Move to approve resolution 2407, adopting the 6-year TIP 2025 through 2030 as presented.
Second.
A motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman and a second by Councilmember Ferrer. Any discussion, council? And I can't see Mr. Cortez's picture, but
Yes.
okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and call the vote. Sorry, we'll start with the people on Zoom. So Councilmember Overholser, you're next up. So I will let the clerk.
Yes.
My bad.
Councilmember Overholser, can you confirm that you voted aye?
Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Cortez, how did you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferrer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember DeRozier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Bowman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor McCoy, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion carried unanimously.
City clerk is hereby directed to forward copies of this resolution to the Secretary of Transportation of the State of Washington, TIB, the appropriate public services department of Clark County, Washington, and such other office as shall be required. Ms. Lee, do we have any other communication yet to present to council submitted in regular business items?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that opens us up to the Air Park Land Use Compatibility Study. And I have Mr. Crummett down as the lead person. Is that correct?
Well, good evening, council. I know you've heard a lot of public testimony and different summaries of this process. I'll give a brief, I guess, to break it down into where we've been and kind of what may come from here. So where we've been, this really started, I'd say, in 2019 when the city did a land use master study, and one of our primary goals was to discover where we could have more employment land in the city. The outcome of that process was go west to push for more industrial out west towards Dollars Corner, which is still the plan. But we also looked at the air park, and at the time, there was many criteria that checked off the boxes for potential employment use. So that process kind of came to a halt with the majority of property owners wanting to not make any changes. So we kind of put that on hold, determined that we would relook at this during our next periodic review. Since that time, a developer has approached the city, Mr. Hewitt, and on behalf of the Lawson property, to propose a residential development that adds more density in this air study. That was that came in the application as a zone change comp plan update last year. During that review and with further legal analysis, we determined that it would be premature to make a decision near the air park unless we went through a land use compatibility analysis. And this isn't just an arbitrary thing we decided to do. It comes out of a state statute that when you do change land uses around a public use air park, you have to do a compatibility analysis. So that then shifted us into a more aggressive schedule to form an air park steering committee. Our goal was to achieve consensus with various property owners, people who are interested in using the air park, some of the business community. The short of it is we couldn't reach consensus. It seemed like the majority of property owners were reluctant to make any changes. Some seemed more open or open to exploring options. And where we're at today is we're seeking council direction on where do we proceed from here. As I see it, there's two options: take no action, direct staff not to make any further changes to the air park study or to the air park district. And the air park would remain status quo as what it is today. The other option is to consider some land use changes. I think historically, again, the city was kind of open to more industrial in that area. And we laid out those alternatives in the staff report. I won't get into those. The Planning Commission favored an R3 designation together with the comp plan change. The R3 would add residential densities of 3 units per acre throughout the air park. Their decision was made rather quickly. They didn't elaborate a whole lot. I think their goal was not to eliminate the airstrip itself, but just to add residential density in that area. So if the council was to go down a path like that, I think it might be in the best interest is not to change the air park district per se, but to add densities of 3 units per acre. I think that would meet the intention of the Planning Commission. So yeah, at this point in time, I think it's either take no further action, or direct staff to proceed down a path of some kind of change in that area. I think what I would ask is that whatever direction you give us, we'd like some legal review and analysis as we proceed forward.
Mr. Mayor, for full disclosure, I am one of the property owners of this air park, and due to our governance manual for Fairness Act, I will recuse myself for discussion and continue on from there.
Okay, thank you for that. I will open the floor for questions from the council. And Adrian, we still can't see a hand, so if you drop in chat or something so that the clerk can see when you want to speak, that would be helpful for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no comments at this time.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For you said when we did the steering committee that we couldn't come to an agreement on anything. And I think that was brought up in the public hearing that we had on this a couple weeks ago. That it was the same. Actually, it's been about a month, I think. I'm looking at our staff report here, just so people know. This is not something that has come to us recently. The first touch from the Planning Commission on this was October 18th. We've had 8 months. 8 months to come up with a conclusion of what we wanted this to look like. And I understand staff has met with some of the homeowners out there. Have the covenants went away to allow industrial property there? Okay. So if the covenants haven't went away to allow industrial property, then industrial property would be out of the question. They've had 8 months to discuss this. Actually longer than that, but since the Planning Commission started discussing it, we started discussing it, there's been 8 months there to discuss covenants going away and allowing this property to be a industrial zone or light industrial zone, which that's what the city had recommended at first. So I would like to make a recommendation that we follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and go R3. But I would like to look at and Sam, what would it take for us to go R5 along 199th and develop that out to meet our, I won't say affordable housing, but it'll be more affordable than R3 will be. So everything that borders 199th be R5. Because we're lacking in R3 in our comp plan, correct? We need more R3.
We haven't looked at that in detail, but most of our R3 is kind of on the edges of our city.
Yep.
So
This stuff that we're developing on South Grace is all R5. the stuff that was developed to the south of the air park was R3. So that kind of gives a buffer of the air park itself, or the airport itself, as everything to the south of it being R3 to the south and to the, I guess you could say west, and anything that would be along 199th being R5, which would be the same as everything on Grace that we're doing. Because there's a balance there that we need of like I said, I don't think R5 is even affordable housing, but it's more affordable than R3. R3 is, there's a couple pieces for sale south of there that are $750,000 or more. So would that fit in there?
We don't, I guess I would say we don't need to change the air park district to add more housing. I think the state statutes recognize air parks or airports as unique land uses that kind of need to be protected. So I think, like, I guess one question I would have is, would the intent be to keep the airstrip, maintain that, but to add R3 and R5? If we're to do that, then we still need to do a compatibility analysis. How close really would these homes be? Would we receive support from the state of Washington? Is the state, would this ordinance be challenged? Would it compromise the use of that air park with more density? So if the council did provide us with direction from that, I think what we'd do is, put on the map an R5 district along 199th, R3 maybe south of there, seek some legal direction, and then figure out how are we going to get this air park compatibility study done? What does it look like? What's the scope of it? Because I think we'd need to show our work on that before any zonings change. And that was the goal of the air park steering committee, we were hoping that there'd be a consensus on land use, and then we'd dive into kind of the details of a compatibility analysis, but we never did reach that point.
So if we give you direction tonight, what is the next step?
The next step is to, I'd like some additional legal advice. I'd also go back to our consultants. I think we would need to reconsider if we go back to the air park steering committee saying, this is the direction we received from council. They would like us to move forward with these densities. How are we going to make this work? And what are some things we need to look into? And then we'd report back to council on what the findings of this compatibility analysis, and then provide a formal recommendation and have an ordinance in place.
By when?
I don't know if that would take 1 or 2 meetings, but it would, and I want to reiterate, building and achieving consensus is often something that doesn't happen overnight. The concern I have with the group of property owners down there is it will be a fight. It will be a battle. And I don't know where that would end up if the city's going in a direction where a majority of the owners don't want to go, then it can get drug out. And at some point, even if we do have an ordinance, that isn't satisfactory to some, if not all of the owners, we could just suspect that would be challenged.
So when we started this 18 months ago, I don't understand why anyone would want to develop in our city. when it takes this long
Uh,
for us to even talk about this stuff?
Well, let me rephrase it. By state law, if a developer submits a plat into our city, we have to process it within 90 days, and we'll do that. We could do that in this district right now. What's unique is we have a developer that's trying to increase density in an air park district. That's a big ask. That's not a given. If they're to submit a plat today under the 2.5 acre zoning, we'd have that process within 90 days.
Question?
One sec, Councilmember Overholser, I think was next up.
Thank you, Mayor McCoy. Sam, or I'm not sure if Rob might have the answer, but it sounds like whatever we do, whatever decision we make, or whatever direction we give staff to move, it's going to go through a legal review, and that's going to take some time. Does anyone know the estimated cost to the city to send that back to legal?
Well, I mean, the legal costs, we don't have. Another concern I have is, this work, we're spending staff time and resources to do this air park study.
Yeah.
We don't have just an endless budget to kind of work with this group for another 3 to 6 months or whatever that would take. There's a point where, this, I don't think it's, there's other comprehensive planning work that we need to focus on and get to, for the sake of the 22,000 residents, versus a handful of people in the air park district. Another thing that could occur is, the developer takes on that air park compatibility study. I mean, if that's what's being pushed, then, that might be something we explore, is if we feel like we can't do it within a reasonable time frame, maybe the development interest would take that on. We'd still want peer review and involvement in that.
Thank you, Sam. My gut's telling me I feel like we're going against the wishes of the property owners in the majority. And I know we have a group that's looking to sell, or a developer that's looking to develop, but I feel like a lot of this work that we're doing here and directing staff and doing in time that is very valuable and is fleeting at this point with other projects that I would love to see move forward. It just feels like this isn't ready yet. Feels like we're swimming upstream here. I haven't heard any difference on, I know there's an issue with sewer if they did put residential in. What I would love to see is maybe we send this back to that steering committee and we put it back in the lap of a developer and we say, hey guys, you figure out what you want us to do, and then we'll reconsider it. And I'm not saying that we're going to do whatever everyone wants, but when we're talking about somebody else's properties, I know that the property in question here is a good chunk on that park, but the air park as a whole has multiple owners and they have some covenants that we're running up against. And I would love to see those covenants, show clearly that it can be personally, in my opinion, I think it should be a job zone. I just see that area as a viable job zone. I'd love to have the property owners come to an agreement on that and allow a developer and the property owners to work together and look at putting some jobs right there on 199. That's in my gut. That's what I feel is best for the city. And I feel like we're not rushing anything, but we're spending a lot of time and effort as a city to try to make this work for Mr. Hewitt. And I understand his predicament that he's in, but I think as a city, we owe it to the property owners to do what's right. And we owe it to Mr. Hewitt to do what's right, but we also don't need to bend over backwards to do this when we're running up against a brick wall with the owners in disagreement. The air park being as it is, being protected in some way, the covenants protecting the property. It just seems like we're swimming upstream awfully hard to get to a point here. So that's just my 2 cents.
Eric, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
What would you think an appropriate time is? If we've been out of 8 months, what do you think an appropriate time is for a developer?
Well, the issue, I think the issue that we're running into isn't necessarily the appropriate time staff is taking to review this, but the covenants thing, I believe, is what Mr. Hewitt's running into in this case, and I think that's why it's hard to justify as a staff and as a council to move in a direction that's, you know, I would even say if they had the majority of the property owners on board with it, or, you know, same as we would if we would annex something like Sam mentioned 90 days. If the plat is requested, we have to review it. Was that not done? I guess that's a good question. Or was it not viable because we had this federal loophole, not loophole, but a situation where we had to do the land use study and the air park assessment and all that. I think this is a unique situation, unlike a property owner's, yep, I'm ready to move. The developer's like, yep, we're ready to move, pull the trigger, turn the key, let's go. And it's put in it's brought by staff in an expeditious manner that everyone is in agreement on the procedure, and we're just making the vote on whether to allow it, I think is one thing. But I think the hindrance in this process on this property is that air park, is the covenants, and the fact that not every property owner that represents that air park is in agreement here. Although the people selling the property and the developer may be in agreement, this covenant thing is, you know, I think it compounds the situation, in my opinion. But I do believe any developer that comes to us and says, hey, here, we have the property, we have the plans, we've done all the pre-approval stuff. We're just asking you to, you know, modify a zone to fit in this circumstance, and it's still got to fit within the city plan. And in this case, in my opinion, that section would be great, light industrial and a jobs creator. So does that answer your question, Shane? I know that was a long answer.
Kinda. I mean, the developer has done this stuff, and the developer has put this out there. And the city has asked the developer 18 months ago to come back and bring this back differently and wait through this process so that we could do a comp plan update to allow the developer to do this stuff. And then we stopped the developer from doing that stuff, said we needed an air park study, and added another 8 months to the program. And the developer can go through and build 2.5 acre lots right now. But the question that we had as a city was, do 2.5 acre lots belong anywhere in your city in urban zoning? And what does that look like for GMA? And this has always been on the agenda as light industrial forever. That's what the city wanted as light industrial for the last 5-6 years. But the city has done nothing to get it light industrial because covenants stop it from becoming light industrial. And so when we say we have a majority, we have 7 property owners. That's not a majority of 23,000 people in the city. That's a majority in this area, but that's not a majority of what's best for the city. And that's what we should be looking at is the city brought a lot of this on themselves from the standpoint of we didn't do what we should do. And that's why the planning commission took the way they went, is because the city was told years ago to do this and they didn't do it. And so here we are again, you know, almost 18 months later from when this project started, discussing it, still saying we need to hold it up and we need to have more discussion with the property owners.
When you say the city, who are you saying the city council? Or are you saying city staff? I don't understand that. We are not holding anything up. The developer could file a plat at any time, and the developer has not done that.
100%.
The developer would rather not file a plat with 2.5 acre lot sizes is is my guess. They're
So-
trying to
so-
add density.
So do you want
The-
2.5 acre lots in the city, Sam?
The city council is in charge of changing zoning. That's a decision you could make tonight.
I'm asking you as the planner, do you want 2.5 acre lots in the city? Does that fit urban development?
Around an air park, I think 2.5, at this point in the process, I think status quo is the way to go.
So you're saying 2.5 acre lots in the city? That's
Around
what I'm
an-
asking. I asked a simple question. Do you want 2.5 acre lots in the city?
You mean citywide?
It doesn't matter. It's in the city. So if you have a 2.5 acre lot here,
Hmm.
you're using the air park as, well, it's because it's air park. What if it's not air park?
If
What if
it's
it
not
comes
air
in and they want
park-
2.5 acre lots in the city?
If it's not air park, then we fall under GMA, and that's where we have to meet on average 6 dwelling units per acre.
So you're saying air park does not fall under GMA?
Air park is under GMA. It's recognized as a unique use. It does not have to have high density around an airstrip. In fact, GMA specifies these are areas that need to be protected.
So the air park is being protected. The air park's not going away. So how did Learn to Fly or I Love to Fly in Vancouver on 152nd, which is 100% surrounded by homes and an RV storage, and how did that ever fly if this is outside of that? Not 2.5 acre lots.
Right. I'm not saying it's impossible. You've heard public testimony from the air
Mhm.
park community that can be a slippery slope
Mhm.
into having compatibility issues and then eventually having it to the point where it just is too difficult to run an air park. But is it possible? Sure, it's possible. It's not ideal for an airstrip to survive that way.
So should, in your opinion, 2.5 acre lots, there's 7 property owners out there. At any point in time, 4 of them say, we're done. That airport goes away. That's a private airport. Don't be fooled that that is a public airport. Public use, privately owned.
Correct.
Okay? So 4 homeowners get together and say, we're done with the covenants, air park goes away. And you got 2.5 acre lots in the city around an air park that does not exist.
Yeah, at that point, it's a totally different conversation.
Mhm.
I'd say, let's dream, let's go big. What do we want to do here? You know,
How are you gonna do that if you got 2.5 acre lots everywhere? What are you dreaming about?
Change the zone like we're talking about right now.
Who's changing the zone on 2.5 acre lots? When you build $1 million houses, who's changing the zoning on that? And who's gonna come in and develop that? It's easy to develop now. It's vacant land.
The growth isn't stopping. It'll be easy later too.
How is it gonna be easy later? We sit here as a council and talk about affordable housing. You just talked about VHA housing, going down to VHA and touring their housing,
Mhm.
affordable housing. And you think 2.5 acre lots are affordable housing?
So we have a developer who purchased land and it was at this zone. Yes?
Yep.
So now we have a
Think he
developer.
purchased it.
What's that?
The developer does not own the land.
Well, so you have you know what I'm trying to say. So you have a developer who's working with the owner, right? And the owner, they purchased this land and it was at this zone. So now they're coming and they're asking us to change the zone.
Mhm.
How many in this room are property owners to make, I mean, I get it, they want to make the money, but how many people in this room get that option? Hey, I want to make the biggest bang for my buck when I sell my house. Hey, let me go to council and let me change the zoning.
Every developer that comes in, that's the decision you're gonna have to make as a new person. Because every developer that comes into this room says, we got a piece of property and we need to redevelop it.
Mhm.
And that's how you get affordable housing. That's how you get housing. That's how you get growth. And so you set standards and we approve it. Every developer will come in here and want to rezone. Because in the county, it meets a different zoning standard than it does in the city.
So you're okay with losing the air park then?
We're not losing the air park.
But like,
The air park is not going away. You're hypothetically saying we're losing the air park.
well,
At
we've
any
had
point-
lots of testimony,
At any
several
point in time,
testimony,
4 of
people who
them-
actually work in air parks. They've seen this happen before. So
At any point in time, 4 of them can say, we could zone this all R3 tonight. Let me give you a scenario. We zone it R3 tonight. And 4 of these people say, you know what? If we make this airport go away, I get an extra 3.5 acres. That's 9 more homes. I'm out of here.
So
And
if
guess
we
what?
were
The
wanting
airport's gone.
this, why haven't we already sought legal counsel? And
We have sought legal counsel on this, or it would never be here.
well, I would like to table this just because obviously I know you're all about, it's been 18 months. I'm new to this. I would like to see a lot of the documentations on all of this information. I mean, we had people that were just here that was saying that the state and transportation doesn't accept it. And we're talking about CCNRs. I would like to go actually out there. I reached out to the gentleman, Mr. Davis, to see if I could go do a walkthrough and take a look at this area. It's one thing to be looking at it on paper. I'm sure you've already had the opportunity. I have not had the opportunity. I was not able to get a hold of him until in tonight's meeting. So I would like the opportunity to go out there and see what we're looking
You've had
at.
the opportunity for 8 months.
This hasn't came before me in
Because you didn't
regards to
come
all
in.
this.
You weren't here when you were running for election. You were seated in November. This
Mhm.
has been talked about October, January through March, April 24th, May 5th, May 20th, May 17th, or June 17th. You've had every opportunity to go out there.
Well,
And
then let's just take it to a vote, man. We already know how you feel about it.
no, it's because we're sitting here stopping this stuff. We stopped it to begin with and said, now we need an air park study.
We're
This-
not, staff hasn't stopped anything.
Did you have a public hearing with the planning commission
Yeah.
and then stop it because we needed an air park study?
We made a recommendation that the developer needs to do an environmental impact study to address this air park compatibility study. They chose to withdraw their application. That was the decision they made.
You didn't say we need the recommendation. The only planning commission meeting I've been to is that one.
And the other
City's
one.
recommendation was a pause. That's what you said. City's recommendation is a pause. After they did the public hearing.
I don't recall that.
And then it came back to us. That was in October. And that was the whole reason it was done in October was because in July of 23, the developer was going to drop 2.5 acre lots. And the city, you, Miss Erdman that was sitting there, said 2.5 acre lots is not what we'd like in the city. We would like it to be higher density if you're going to develop it. We'd like it to be light industrial, but we knew the covenants would not allow it. So we asked the developer if they would hold off until October because that's when we do comp plan updates. Is that correct?
No.
We don't do comp plan updates once a year in October.
Sorry, I don't remember us asking the developer to hold off on their project. We, during that planning commission meeting,
It wasn't a planning commission meeting. It was a meeting with you, Miss Erdman, myself. I met with Miss Erdman about this. The developer had reached out to me about this. That's why I put you guys together. And you guys asked the developer to wait till October. That's when we do our comp plan updates. Is that correct?
no, we finally received the application in June. And and you're right, we do annual comp plan updates once a year, and it was toward the end of the year. So that's standard practice.
And you received the application for 12 lots in June.
We've also received a subsequent, we received 2 pre-application meetings. One was the 12 lot subdivision. Again, that's been submitted to our office and the developer has not asked us to proceed with processing that. We haven't had fees. So
Exactly.
the developer is choosing not to move forward with their 12 lot plat, I think until they determine what you as the council is going to do with zoning. I suspect that they'll proceed with that 12 lot plat if there's no higher density zoning that's given them.
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So two items that I'm noticing as part of this conversation. First and foremost, we have two of our newest council members that are clearly displaying a lack of understanding on how the development process moves through, how rezoning is very typical. And most communities, if not all communities in Washington State, go through this. And there's nothing really atypical about this. Even the fact that there's an air park there is not the most atypical thing. So to ask for more time to see more documentation, so on and so forth, as Deputy Mayor Bowman has already stated very well, we've already been at this for quite some time. And if anything, the message that this sends by the two new council members is that Battleground is not open for business, and you will have a hard time engaging in economic development in our community. That's the message it sends. Now you can scream and squirm and deny it, but that's the facts are the facts, right? And so I encourage the two new council members to perhaps take some extra time to educate yourself on land use planning, as well as the whole process of economic development when a property goes through that. But secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, I think Councilmember Overhauser, this kind of goes to you, sir. If you wanted to remodel your house and your neighbors said, no, we don't want you to remodel your house because that's just not something we want to do. And there's enough of us that don't want you to remodel your house. I'm more than certain that you would have an issue with that. And you would be screaming private property rights, right? And you would be right. And this is really no different than that. We have a property owner that wishes to exercise their private property rights, which is a conservative value. And we have two of our newest council members basically saying, we don't want you to do what you want to do with your own property because, there's a, handful of people of your neighbors that don't want you to do that. That's what it boils down to. It's not right. It's something that goes in the face of private property rights. It's an anti-conservative value. And we should move forward with, the recommendations that the Planning Commission has already provided to us. It's been fully vetted. We need to send a strong message that our community is open for business. This should move forward with the recommendations of the Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Overholser.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That was very enlightening, Adrian. I appreciate your recommendations there. I do think this air park is atypical with the covenants that it has wrapped up by the 7 owners. So how many other air parks do we have in Battleground that are privately owned for public use? How many do we even have in Clark County? 3. So it is atypical. This is not a common plat, first of all, in my opinion, but I know I'm new here, so I might not know all that. Second, the Planning Commission made the recommendation for the entire air park to be zoned R3, which would then affect the other 77 property owners. So it's not like remodeling your house and having your neighbor tell you can't do it. It's more similar to your neighbor remodeling your house or their house and then telling you that you have to do it too. And that is going against private property rights, in my opinion, especially with the covenants that they've had to protect the property they put in place. What? The covenants that were put in place by these property owners were probably put in that so they had to be all in agreement on their property rights. So they chose to build these covenants and put them together to protect their property, and they're operating under those. So we have a small chunk of property, 27 acres, that's sold by this family. So maybe we could talk about what we do with those 27 acres, but the planning commission is talking about the entire air park being zoned R3, which would change all the property owners' zoning. So we're telling them what they're going to do with their property. So I disagree with that point. You know, I think
The fallacy with your argument is that it's not forcing anybody to do anything with their properties.
no, you're just changing their zoning without
Just because your
without their.
property is rezoned does not mean you have to do anything with your property. But that's neither here nor there because.
Hey,
we're not
Adrian,
going
I
that
was
direction.
real considerate of your time and I let you
Yeah,
speak
let's
and then I
support-
raised my hand and I did what I was supposed to do and I waited patiently. Could you do the same, please? Your professionalism, you know, could probably use a little refinement there on the council. So my only point is, you know, Sam said it. So it's our own professional staff's recommendation that we don't really have to do anything with this. We're only doing this and rushing this through because one, Bill Hewitt wants to develop this property to help out the property owners who he's representing to maximize their dollar. And I understand that. But I think we're caught up in this whole deal with these covenants. So you know, I could see maybe looking at what we do with their 27 acres that they're asking to be rezoned, but I don't think we really should be messing around with the entire air park property as a whole. My 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Overholzer. Councilmember Ferrer, your second go.
Yeah, that was very well said, Councilmember Overholser. I really didn't even feel like I probably needed to state what I am about to say, which is it seems like there is a clear message that we have 2 council members who don't seem to care about the citizens and their concerns. We had several people come here and speak on what we're debating about right now and what we want to do. This is just very upsetting. It's very upsetting that we're talking about what the rezoning, which is going to change a lot of the environment that is surrounding these people's homes. So, yeah.
That it? Good. Okay, Deputy Mayor Bowman.
So to say that we don't care about what other people think, that's interesting because of the last meeting, you had citizens come in and say stuff and you didn't care about what they thought. So,
Hold on. Order, guys. Come on. I'm gonna ask from the audience and from up here, one person at a time speaking, please.
so the point of this is how many land use things have you sat through? None. How many land use things have the new council members sat through? None. We had people, Eric, to your point, we had people on the North Parkway annexation. We had people that were in the county that did not want to be annexed come in and badmouth the city and say that they didn't want to be annexed in the city. The city's so bad. And we annexed 2 of them in along with the property that wanted to come in. And one of the guys was very outspoken against us and came into the city and then came back to another meeting and said, hey, I'm on the train. I'm here. And guess what he did? He sold his property for redevelopment and he was gone. And so the reason we look at this as a whole area is because it's taken us 8 months to discuss any of this. And some other council is going to sit here when one of these property owners come in and they see that there's development next to them and they want to develop their property to the maximum when they get ready to sell or want to move, and they're going to ask for a rezone, and you're going to have this same thing over again. And we're going to be sitting here dealing with neighbors, fighting with each other. And it's not, the covenants are not our issue unless we zone knowing that the covenant, and correct me if is the attorney on here? Unless we zone knowing that it can't be used as that. Was that correct? That would be considered a taking. If we zone for something that can't be used for.
Hold on.
Yeah, you
So,
know, I'm not sure if you're at, this is Sean Mumford. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you are asking for, you know, a legal opinion, but I'm just, this is not really the setting for me to offer a sort of a legal opinion on that question. So if you want to, my office can form and provide you with advice, but this isn't the right forum for that. Respectfully, Mr. Councilman.
okay. So that's why we're looking at this. It does allow single family residence in the covenants. That's what it allows. So that's why the planning commission did what they did, I'm assuming. And that's why they're asking us what we want to do. If we do light industrial, we know that it can't go in without covenants. And we already heard in the public hearing, one of the testimonies was strictly about that. It won't happen because of the covenants. So they told us that in the public hearing. So that's why, you know, we look at these things. That's why we make recommendations. And I think we need to follow then the planning commission's recommendation and go with R3.
Yeah, go ahead. Councilmember DeRochers?
Yes. So my apprehension to doing all R3 has to do with the state law where they do best use on taxing properties. So if we took them from Air Park to R3, would they be taxed differently?
You're asking about like the current.
The
Right.
County assessors determine tax assessment, so they'd likely factor that into how they'd view that, the potential for development, et cetera.
Right, so they may end up having to be taxed at a higher rate.
Probably.
I'm just against that for my own personal reasons, but as it is a concern, so thank you.
Sam, if I could ask some clarifying questions. The Air Park study is encompassing the entire air park, obviously not just the 27 acres. Is it?
Yes.
And I've heard a couple of things like what you're trying to get us to decide on, which bless you for that. The 27 acres, is it within our purview to just zone the 27 acres, or is that considered a spot zoning? I mean, what would you rather have us do? The entire air park, just this 27 acres, if there was gonna be a change? Because
Well, the process leading up to this point is to look at the entire air park district. That's
Okay.
kind of where we're at. If you wanted to back out of that and really just have the Lawson property in question, which is kind of how it started back in October 2023.
That's why I'm
Started
confused, I
It
guess.
started with a site-specific comp plan
Request.
zone change. I think if it was the council's intent to kind of just focus on that part, then I would have the council direct us just to look at this during periodic review, which is this time right now as we have a few other properties in our city, site-specific requests that we'll look at collectively and make some recommendations on each one of those. I will say that those properties we've said you're gonna need to just wait until the end of 2025, December 2025 is when we wrap this all together and make one collective decision. So that would be my recommendation, is just to have us relook at that. And then in terms of what an air park compatibility study would look like just on the 28 acres, I'm not sure. We'd need to look into that.
So to summarize, because if the intent was to just do the 27 acres, then we're looking at the end of 25 for something like that. So what's before council is, well, I understand. So what's before us is one alternative that is against the covenants, which there was no consensus on changing, which would be the industrial. There's no consensus within the owners on industrial, even though there was one testimony today, there was one testimony against. I mean, so I know where 2 of the 7 stand.
Yeah, we as the city didn't talk about the covenants because they're private restrictions, are kind of outside our purview. We realize it's a factor. It's something that is, that's something that the owners need to settle amongst themselves, but we as the city haven't made any real efforts to delve into that.
And to Deputy Mayor Bowman's point, here's, from my conversations with people that have been around these, and in my line of work, I do run across people with these properties, the Goheen, I believe it's the Goheen Airport up north. A lot of them in my conversations, and what I've learned is the zoning of light industrial is the most likely zoning to preserve the air park. Even the 2.5 acres are problematic from, is to like Deputy Mayor Bowman said, 4 people said, you know what, I got 2.5 acres, I can put X amount of houses on here if it, if it's R3, and we're just gonna, dissolve this whole thing. And then you're stuck with a nice big house on 2.5 acres, which is what Deputy Mayor Bowman was trying to say, and you're not really gonna develop that, and you don't have your best use of land. So that's the trap that was trying to be, how I saw it. So, I mean, we've been put in a pickle because consensus wasn't reached. And I get it. You're not seeing consensus up here, obviously, either. And I get the delays, and I don't know. It sure would be a lot easier if we had consensus among the owners. And I can tell you that what I would rather do is give them one more chance to get consensus, or I would support the R3. If we can't have light industrial written into be taken out, whatever it may be, however, I don't want to get in the legal realm. Make that happen. Set your parameters. I've heard there's anything from, we don't want, a marijuana production facility in there. I get it. They smell, whatever. But get it together. Tell us, get a majority, get us 4 people who say that X, Y, Z. If not, I see my hand forced to R3. I don't know what that, actually, I'd have to think more about that. My questions were exploratory. I don't have a decision on all of it, or just at 27. The 27 waiting to 2025 doesn't seem very practical either. But that would be my ask. If, it just makes sense from what fits there. You have airplanes. I mean, they're cool, but they are noisy. The fuel isn't the best smelling thing. You could have some sort of flight school there. You could have innumerable things that would benefit from light industrial in that area. I know this is what the city's been asking for years, and I think that's what a lot of the frustration is the city is not asking for, but the city said this is what we see as the best use would be light industrial in this spot. And we would really prefer that. And then the hand gets forced when, some people want to sell their land and sell it for the best use they see. So for me, if the owners can't come to a consensus and give some parameters and give a path forward to the committee, then I would be in support of R3.
Do we have any, for like the transportation side of this? Because I know there's only one road that goes into that development that's south of this, neighborhood near the air park. Do we have any kind of development or plans going forward that would, because I've heard already that there's a lot of traffic that come in and out from that housing development, that road just doesn't seem to be enough for the traffic that's coming in and out. So do we have any future planning that we're gonna put in a road for another route going in and out?
Yes, we do have secondary access that would go along the kind of the west end of the airstrip that would connect up with the existing subdivision to the south.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know if we have consensus, to be honest, but, well, let's, I'll entertain some motions. Let's just start with motions, and they go down, and we keep moving on. So, or motions, or whatever we want to do. So what's the council's purview?
I don't have a problem doing what you said, but it's been a month since the city has been working on this. And so I think
Well, to
they
be
come
fair,
back in July, at our meeting in July, and be done. Because the developer shouldn't have to wait this long either.
Councilmember Overholzer, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, Troy, I think you said that very well. I'll make a motion that we table this conversation for 60 days and allow the 7 property owners to arbitrate amongst themselves and, come to a majority consensus to bring direction back to us on what they're comfortable with. And if if the covenants can be altered, or even if like one gal at citizen comment said that the light industrial is allowed in the covenants. I think that's what I heard. If that's the case, show us that that's the case. And then we make a decision 60 days from this meeting, which would be the second meeting in August, I believe. That gives them 60 days to seek legal counsel and to arbitrate and have some more meetings. I don't even know if the city needs to help with that, or we could, I guess, redo the steering committee. But honestly, I don't necessarily like the idea of dumping a whole bunch of tax dollars into 7 property owners figuring out what they want to do with their property. But give them 60 days. If they can't get back to us in that time, then I believe you said that we would go ahead and just move forward with the R3. Is that what you stated, Troy?
That was my personal preference. I counsel you on 2 things. I wouldn't use the table as a motion. And then secondly, I don't know about 60 days, but I do like where you're going.
My apologies. Not to table it. I don't want to put it off to the side and put it in the recycle bin. To just hold off on direction to staff for 60 days. I know that's a little bit, it seems like a long time, but it'll come before we know it. And I don't know all what they need to do and how many times they need to meet to figure this out. Maybe they could bring it to us before then if they come to a consensus. But or we just, we go with the planning commission's recommendation at that time if we haven't heard anything come August, second meeting of August. That's my motion.
So I'm going to restate your motion for the clerk and well, most for me, the motion on
Thank
the
you.
floor is to pause the process for 60 days, waiting for this, would it be the steering committee or the property owner, Sam? How about consensus from the property owners on covenant allowing light industrial? And if they, essentially to get a response from them. And then R3 would be the recommendation to staff if no consensus is achieved.
So for clarification, right now, it seems like the 7 neighbors, they already have a consensus. They want to leave it as it is, but we're saying you only get the other 2 options. So you guys have to figure it out. And if you don't, we're going to figure it out for you.
There's been a lot of talk that there may be consensus, and there is some political will for that. I can tell you my conversations that when even the 2.5 acre lots, eventually people age out of the hobby, and it's not a hobby for a lot of people. It's definitely a hard one to take up. And people sell, and you get 4 people, and they come and ask for an R3, and it's completely gone. What I've been, and maybe this is wrong, but the light industrial zoning preserves the air park more so because they're not going to rezone once they have that and once we have jobs. And this council, this town has struggled for employment. I mean, our excess value is 2 billion below cities of our size. That's why the tax burden is so high on the citizens when it comes to schools, when it comes to cities. We've always struggled in this. And so for me, I mean, this, and personally, I think light industrial is a pretty nice neighbor, so. But that's just a personal opinion. So yes, that's the motion on the floor is to pause for 60 days, hoping that we get consensus back. If not, R3 direction would be
I
given.
get a point of clarification.
Sure.
Is that consensus for all of it light industrial? Or is that consensus for what the city put out, the 27 acres light industrial, the rest of it R3?
What, yeah, I was looking at the staff report and the staff recommendations. So whatever, what option was that, Sam? 2 or 3?
It was alternative 3. It was where the cities, and this was kind of a compromise for the city at the time, just focused on industrial along Eaton Boulevard on the north side of the airstrip, south side of the airstrip. We don't have any strong opinion, but focus on properties off of Eaton Boulevard, which include the Lawsons as well as a few others alongside them.
So you're,
What, and to be clear, I mean, this is looking for consensus from, I mean, they may come with something different and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think
yeah, but if you do light industrial for the whole area, wait till you get the people that bought golf course homes that there's no
No,
golf
just
course.
I mean, I think what the option 3 said was just to Eaton, kind of like,
Yeah, but it showed everything else R3. And now we're hearing, well, we don't really care, just do light industrial. Is what,
well, I'd look to council. I mean, if you want more industrial in there, I think that's enough direction to give the committee to work on. And then the committee could either say, we're okay with R3 or we're not. We want to revert to 2.5 acre or 1 acre or whatever they come up with.
that, thank you, that's, so it would go back to the airport committee study at that point. Motion on the floor, is there a second? If not, we'll entertain another motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, clerk, do you have, did I make the motion more clear or less clear?
The clerk can determine what your motion
Okay.
was.
Oh, that makes one of us. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will not be voting for this motion. I think it sends a pretty strong message that Battleground is not open for business for development of any kind. These property owners, this property has had more than sufficient time to negotiate. Now, unless you gave me information in which the property owner that it is looking to develop their property thinks that they can have some breakthrough conversations or negotiations, then that would be a different story. But I don't think 60 days is going to change anything in that outlook. We talk a lot about affordable housing. We use it a lot of times as buzzwords. And to be able to move forward and offer or to have more diversity of housing in our community is, I think, very important. And I think we owe it to our community to put meaningful actions in place to bring more diversity housing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I will clarify, I do not have any inside information on whether this will be successful or not. So your point is well taken. All right, any other discussion?
just clarification, is the motion only for light industrial? Or is the motion
Motion.
for item number,
The motion is to send it back with the council recommendation that light industrial be considered. If light industrial cannot be considered, then council will be considering R3. Is that?
so we're not looking at anything that the planning commission put forward to the city? Only that 27 acres?
Well, essentially it'd go back to the committee for them to potentially come up with another option or no option. If they come up with no option, I'm at R3,
For everything?
the whole thing.
So how come we're not just keeping it with the city recommended then of item number 3? Light industrial and R3.
Because I'm not willing to spend city money on that unless the covenants are changed.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is they negotiate it, but what we're saying is we're just talking about this. If they don't come back, then we're talking about everything. We're only talking about the front right now.
Correct.
So then this will get kicked down the road. If they come back as light industrial, this could stay 2.5 acres and we're kicking it down the road to another council. The other 7 acres, the other 7 properties, 6 properties.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that as R3. I mean, I'm open to what council purview on that. I mean, if that's the,
I just want to make sure we're clear, is if we're going back with alternative number 3, which is get us light industrial on the front, which that's going to be an agreement amongst the property owners, and the rest becomes R3, or it all becomes R3. That's what I'm asking for is are we just now only talking about if they can't get this as an agreement, they'll make it all R3, but if they agree to industrial, then it's only this.
I believe that's the intent, yeah. The option 3 with R3 on the back.
So
I'm confused. Where's this? Is that
this is
where's the? And the Lawson goes all the way around that? So that's.
No, this is not part of Lawson's, only this.
Okay, no, so no, I would not be rezoning no, I don't think that's just the.
No, I'm just talking. Is this what
Essentially here's the resolution would be to change the zoning to allow light industrial to develop on the Eaton side, and the rest would essentially be
R3.
Be left alone unless that is not allowed, then it would be R3, yeah.
So then it isn't alternative 3. We're just looking for a rezone of the Lawsons to light industrial. This is the Lawsons.
No.
This is the one on the corner where the barn is. This is the Lawsons. This is everybody else.
Gotcha.
So
at this point, no, I'm fine with that not being R3 on the map on option 3.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. The point of the motion, when I made it, was to look at the development of the 27-acre Lawson property. You know, if it's in agreement and the covenants allow it, that the Lawsons could have that zone to industrial on their 27 acres.
So you're saying the rest of it, no, nothing on the rest of it. So what the planning commission came in with, you're saying no.
I think we should let the other 6 or 5 property owners, if they want to have that changed, and we look at that time. But right now, the Lawsons are the one that are asking for the change, and we give them the opportunity to work that into industrial, or it'll, I guess, just go R3.
Because that's not part of it. So the Lawson's property is only these 2. That piece of property is not part of it.
But it's not empty, right?
Yeah, but are you zoning that? Are we talking light industrial for that? Or
I mean, here's where we're at. We can throw it back to the committee and they can make some of these finer point adjustments. I don't want to start getting the pencil out.
But his motion is only for the Lawson's property.
Would it be easier to re-clarify the motion to just be the air park?
No, I didn't make a motion.
No, it was his.
Slow down.
Okay.
I believe the motion was to send it back to the Air Park Steering Committee with the instructions that if you do not allow light industrial on whatever parcels that comes to consensus, otherwise it's all zoned
But
R3.
he said Lawson's.
Well, no, that was not his original motion. I don't believe he did.
If the clerk may clarify, what I have captured Hopefully this
Please,
reaches.
yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Overholser, which was clarified to some extent by both Mayor McCoy and Councilmember Overholser. Councilmember Overholser moved to pause on providing direction to staff for 60 days to allow the property owners to come to a consensus amongst themselves, and then to bring this item back before council, so staff to bring this item back before council at the second meeting in August. If no consensus among the property owners is reached, the council would consider the rezoning of the Lawson property to light industrial or R3, and or consider the recommendation of the planning commission.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vague motion because it's an ongoing process. So I don't think there's anything set in stone with this motion.
I would recommend keeping it at the Air Park district level. We're in a legislative process. We're not talking about the Lawson's property. We're talking about several properties.
Yeah.
So whatever
that-
you
and
would
that's what I'm
direct.
saying is the one on the corner, we show as light industrial in option 3. We show it as light industrial. And that's what the study came up with, was this being all light industrial up front, everything in the back being R3. But the motion was only for these 2 pieces of property.
Gotcha.
No, I think,
Well, I mean, will you accept that amendment, Councilmember Overholser? I'd make an amendment to the motion to have it just be the air park instead of to strike Lawson property off your motion.
alternative 3.
Agreed. Yeah, no, just for clarification.
So
Yes.
Let's go ahead and vote on that amendment to the motion first.
Is
All
there
in
a
favor?
second to the amendment?
To take off the Lawson off the motion, so it's just the air park per staff's. Okay, I made a motion to amend the motion. Deputy Mayor seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
1 no. Okay, now the main motion is on, does not include just the Lawson property, includes the entire air park study. Any further discussion on this? Okay, we will do a voice vote, and you folks on Zoom get to go first. I'll let the clerk call the roll.
No, it's not. The 2 next to it are.
No, we're gonna talk about it. So we'll come back. We haven't made any. We're just talking about having them look at that.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Overholser, how do you vote on the amended motion?
Aye.
Councilmember Cortez, how do you vote?
Absolutely no.
Councilmember Ferrer, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember DeRozier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Bowman, how do you vote?
No.
Councilmember Davis has recused herself. Mayor McCoy, how do you vote?
Yes. We already voted on the amendment. That was the motion, correct? Or was that the amendment? That was the motion. We already voted on
That
it.
was the motion that had been amended.
Yeah, that was the amended motion.
The,
Did you want to change your vote? No, we're good.
okay.
All right, I think we're going to take a little break.
So the motion carries.
The motion carries. I have the
Four
vote 4 to
to
2.
two.
Okay, we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at 9:06. Let's hope not. Bourbon. Yeah, I'm Irish, but I'm not that Irish. 9:06, meeting is back in session. Sorry for the confusion on my motions. Looks like we have Weaver Creek up and Community Development Director Kristen Leto is yours. Oh, Sam's doing this one?
Since I've been on this one, the baton has been handed off for me, so,
Just getting all the fun tonight.
yeah, yeah, the VHA is actually proposing to add a little airstrip in this project. No, just kidding.
Too soon, Sam.
So this item has come before council back in, was it 2019? I guess I don't have that written down. Anyway, the previous council adopted a resolution to authorize the Vancouver Housing Authority to move forward on a project here. The item before you this evening is a developer agreement. In July 19th of 2023, VHA gave a presentation and they proposed changes to increasing the density from what the zoning would allow is up to 87 units to 100 units. And then the other portion of this is to increase the height from code requirement of 45 feet to 50 feet. They also did talk about parking, of having the parking at 125 spaces. I actually directed them to take that out because I think we can get there within our existing municipal code. And I guess to kind of dive into the further details on that, multifamily requires 1.5 parking spaces per unit. So at 100 units, the code, just kind of a straight line answer would be 150 spaces. What is authorized in our code is the developer has the discretion to, where there's different uses, or in the case of apartments, if you have studios, 1 bedroom, we can revert to the ITE manual, and a parking demand for a studio or 1 bedroom is 1 space per unit. And then above that, we would revert to 1.5 spaces. We have gone that direction in other apartment projects in our city. So I just wanted to highlight that as kind of why that's not in the development agreement.
What other apartment complexes have we done that on?
We did that on the apartment project approved just west of the police and fire department on that vacant lot. That's of course not built yet, but that's built into that staff report. And there was another project, I believe it was the one north of the Dairy Queen, kind of by the Napa building, that vacant property back there.
And none of them that are built.
Correct.
I thought the one next to the police and fire, we didn't. And that's why it's not going through.
I'd have to, yeah, we've done them on a couple. I need to look at specifically on those that we've done.
Because that's a little bit of a concern if we've done it, but they haven't been built, to see how well that worked. Because
This isn't asking for a variance in parking.
No,
he's
it's,
given it.
Just to clarify, the original request had a variance for parking. This one does not. Am I
we're
remembering
going
that?
150 spaces.
yeah, so I guess to be specific, I wouldn't call it a variance. I would say that there's discretion within the code to have a specific parking study that's done that breaks the 1 bedroom and studios and authorizes 1 space for those. And then anything 2 bedroom above would have to revert to 1.5. So that's where they get the reduction to 125 spaces. There's, I don't have the count of studios and 1 bedrooms off the top of my head, but So yeah, their latest design, 100 units. The unit mix includes 12 studios, 72 one-bedroom, and 16 two-bedrooms.
I don't bring my iPad.
What happens if we want the 1.5?
If you want the 1.5, then, well, it presents a little bit of a dilemma. I would build that into the development agreement if that's what you want to lock in, because then it would take the discretion away from the community development director to make that decision at the time of a staff report review.
Because I don't think there's not an apartment in this town that you can drive to and not see cars parked in the neighborhoods, on the streets. Not one. And they were at the 1.5.
So is there typically a difference when it's affordable housing, or I don't know if it's considered affordable or low income housing as to?
We do have a couple of the VHA representatives here tonight. If you want to direct any specific project questions to them, they probably have a better idea of parking demands for their clients. But no, there's not any like specific code requirement that would
But are we
authorize.
typically in the ones that we have, are there a lot of people that have their own vehicles, or is there a lot of transit dependent people?
Good evening, Andy Silver from the Vancouver Housing Authority. In this particular development, there's also a set aside for 10% of the units for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and also 10% for families experiencing homelessness from the Battleground School District. Those are both populations where we tend to see lower car usage, and overall, we tend to see a little bit less than average in our affordable properties. Anything you want to add?
Sorry, I'm
Um,
falling behind. Are you,
Are you-
Councilmember DeRochers, are you good? Councilmember Ferrer?
I forgot that one that we went to behind Fred Meyer's. Yeah. Yeah, Mill Creek. Yeah. Is that one, how many parking spots are for that one? Do you know? How many are allotted? Right, yeah, I know it's a little different because you got seniors in there, but it
Yeah.
could be almost like your 10% and the 10% for the homelessness as well. So maybe.
I'm sorry, I don't know the number of parking stalls off the top of my head
Oh,
at Mill
okay.
Creek. My apologies.
I don't, Councilmember Cortez, I don't see your picture up, so just type in text if you have a question.
Oh, you mean Overholser? Overholser? No, seat 5?
Yeah, no, I don't see. Can only see one or the other. So just, if for some reason you guys on Zoom don't you have a question and I don't see your hand raised, just please put it in the chat. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I have a question regarding the height accommodation. Maybe this is a Mark question. What are we looking at as comparable in the city to be the same height? Like what buildings would we be looking at that would have the same height?
I think the closest we could find kind of looking through would be like Pros and then Seasons at the Park, which is the one in Battleground Village. I believe they're probably, we were just trying to estimate off the pictures online. They're low 40s, so you'd be slightly taller than that. I'm
Mhm.
not sure that we have any that are 50 off the top of my head.
So you're asking for 4 stories, is that correct? Is that what you're coming to us?
Correct. 4 stories is permitted by, we're asking for a 5-foot variance. We have some articulation on the building to better meet the design code that goes just 5 feet above what is currently allowed.
So the pros, are they 4 stories?
I believe like 3.
The 3?
I think that's what we saw. Yeah, so they were 3, but then I think there was like a pitched roof. Yeah,
Okay. And then the other one in the village, you're saying?
I believe it's the same where it's 3 stories, but it's got the same pitched roof.
So same pitch, so they would look the same. If we were to look at this, the skyline of Battleground, would this look taller than other buildings at Battleground?
Yeah, I mean, I believe at 50 feet, they would be taller than both of those two, but those are the closest comparison.
And
Thank you.
one thing I guess I'll add to this conversation is this hasn't been the first project where architects have struggled with the 45 feet for 4 floors. And what I'm kind of have on my work list is to come back to planning commission, maybe even have an architect testify, you know, do we need to change our higher density districts to more like 50? So we're not, you know, having these DAs come in every so often. Modern apartments seem to have 9-foot and even 10-foot ceilings, and then you need all that space between floors and especially in roofs to cover mechanical equipment, et cetera. So it just and in a case where you want to allow for good design, instead of having just a flat roof, sometimes adding, you know, either a pitched roof or some variation at the top can actually help hide things.
Can I ask one more thing? Okay, thanks. So as I'm visualizing the city and it's an R20 and there's really no other buildings that tall, how is that going to fit into the landscape of the area?
Yeah, good question. I mean, the way our zoning works is we're looking at what's the landscape going to be in 20 years. And then these are the kind of design decisions that is going to set the tone and kind of expectation of going from a city of 20,000 to 40,000. So, you know, sometimes you just take a look at, so that, yeah, with high density zoning, that's the challenge is, you know, at some point Battleground's probably not ready to go to much beyond 50 feet for higher density zones. But I will say in our downtown district, which is kind of right near here, height limit is 60 feet there. So I don't think we have any 60-foot tall buildings in our downtown, but that the potential's there.
Mayor Bowman?
Thank you. Have we reached out to the fire district on this at all? And talked to them about if you're going to a 50-foot building and I look at like Clark, because the road's going to come in on Southeast Clark, correct? Is it going to connect on 4th also?
Yes.
So, and Southeast Clark will only be, is that street being required to be full width?
I think they would be on the hook for half width as part of their project.
So you got a half width street and a ladder truck that's got to get into an area to get access to a building that's 4 stories tall and less parking. So
we have not reached out specifically to the fire district on this one. I believe Chris Drone has been through a couple pre-apps. I mean, we've had a few, I think the Seasons in the Park building in the village is one where they looked at closely. That was a 4-story building. But no, we have not had any statement from them on this.
I'd like to see, I mean, I'd like to have their opinion before we make an opinion, just because of the area. Number one is not, these aren't full width streets that we have in other areas of town, and getting an apparatus in there that could reach that. I think that ladder is 100 feet, but how far away from the building are you? To be able to set that up. So, that would be something I think we should reach out to before we make a decision to just go to 50 feet and then find out that it's because these are non. Do we collect impact fees on these?
Yeah, we would collect impact fees on these unless there is some agreement down the road, such as, I know there's the CHIP funds where the city can get reimbursed for those, but yeah, we would collect on that.
We just don't have the reoccurring property tax.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
The-
that's something that would be important to know because we're kind of, because of the fire station and stuff like that, we're kind of limited as to what we can put in there for a ladder truck to begin with. And could it get into there?
Well, actually, a comment. So
Go ahead.
the apartments have sprinklers, right? Aren't they required to? So
These
that
will
would-
be sprinklered.
That help mitigate the fire truck, hopefully. Not at
That's mitigated fire truck.
Well, that's not good. Okay. I remember there being something where somewhere we were approving to make that street a full road. I can't remember if it was us or Bourbon County Policy Board, but there was something to require or to fund the full street.
That's the sidewalks.
Was it?
It's tied to this project, yeah.
I think we may have done that at one. Go to-
Yeah.
for full width on this, but we didn't.
No, I think we did.
So the CDB, you're talking about the CDBG project, and what that is to build that intersection at Fourth and Clark. So where Clark Avenue Apartments is, it ends a little bit south of where this project will be. So we complete that gap and then connect it to Fourth. So we're building the intersection portion. It doesn't address what's on the frontage of this property.
So it will be a half street or full street or none?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but the CDBG is just the intersection and the gap that will occur.
But yeah, there's like $100,000 sitting out there for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like 146 or something like that.
But Clark will be the one that we have. Because the properties to the east won't have.
It will be a full street. It's 75%. So we're building a 2-lane street. We are not building the sidewalk infrastructure on the east side of the property. That would be if there's any further development by the property owners on the east. But we will be doing a 2-lane street with infrastructure improvements on our side. And that will be paid for as part of this development project. And sorry, just to clarify another piece too, with the fire truck, we do have fire truck access that goes through the parking lot and there's a full turnaround for them to access the full width of the site. And we're following all codes and regulations in that regard as well.
But does that change with the height?
I mean, I'm not fully aware of the height, but we've gone through a pre-app where we have had this project reviewed before. We're going to go through another pre-app as well, where fire will review the project. So it will be fully vetted before any shovels hit the ground.
Anybody online there?
If you wanted to modify the development agreement, you could add a phrase to the end of the height restriction along the lines of with the approval of the fire district or a sign off on the height from the fire district.
I would rather have that.
Yeah. When are you going through your review for the second, now that, like you just said, that was originally the
Well,
45?
I think part of it is that we want to see if the density bonus will be allowed.
Oh,
So
okay.
then we can proceed with this plan.
Okay.
Any other questions from council?
I kind of agree with Shane on this one. I'd like to find out some more on that, see what they have to say. The fire department.
would you be fine with it just being in the developer's agreement upon approval of fire?
I think so.
So it goes to them before,
Which it would anyways, right?
yeah, but we want to make sure that they can service the area.
Yeah, provided that they
Yeah.
can service the area, because I've seen other parts in the city, it's like, you can't fit a fire truck in there. It's like, whoa, what happened there?
Well,
Yeah.
these, ask Erica Village in Vancouver what happens when you have a fire and you burn down. And City of Portland's coming to help you. So
Three
we're on an island out here.
3
So
alarms.
that has to do with accessibility and ladders. So
Well, are you able to pull up that picture so we can see the area? On GIS with a whole,
it's on,
or
it's on our, it's
like
on
a
our,
view, actually, like, you know, when you do the street view and you can see, you can do a 360 and see.
Just a bunch of bushes.
Well, it all comes down to, you know, the view, like what we want Battleground to feel like. A lot of people come here because,
it's completely surrounded by trees.
In River Grove
Except for the
Apartments,
park.
there's another
okay,
USDA or something housing or
okay,
River
okay.
Grove.
Yeah, that's just, that's
duplexes.
only my concern with the 50 feet is so if we can, you know, just verify that that's not gonna be an issue. My thing is about green spaces. I think it's good for our mental health and our physical health and just making sure we're not gonna turn out looking like a huge city where we just have these skyscrapers and you're just seeing wall to wall. So I thought that view might help a little bit to show that
I have
you're
another.
not packing on top of each other.
And just one thing to add, I was able to look up the pros apartments elevations and that highest peak on the biggest building is at 49 feet. So that would
Right
be a
there.
good representation because it'd be a foot.
They're
difference.
big.
So I have a question. You're just saying that the 5 feet could just be like, what did you guys call that?
The pit.
The pitch, the
Pitch?
attic.
Yeah, so
It's
just,
attic.
just the roof. It's not necessarily the giant apartments, just above.
Well, it's allowing them to put another level in there. Right now, they're going from 3 to 4, yeah?
No,
No, it's just for the
it's
roof.
4 stories no matter what,
Oh,
or
oh,
by
okay.
right. It's the design of the roof to help us meet the design standards.
Oh,
So it's probably just like peaks and that go 5 feet taller. Right?
Mr.
well,
Mayor,
then,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the DA with the verbiage as long as fire, as long as it's approved by fire for which it will be, but make sure fire signs off on it because it's it's the same height basically as
Yeah.
pros and then I guess we can look at if we need to raise our height restrictions through code amendments.
I'll second it.
Okay, a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Again, counselors on Zoom, please put in chat because I can't always see your picture if you have anything. Seeing none. Oh, wait. Councilmember Davis, just, sorry.
Thank you. Did we have a breakdown? I know you said 10% for families of homeless from the school district and 10% of
Intellectual and developmental disabilities.
What about, what's the subsidized part of it? And is it 60%? Is it 80% of the AMI? What was decided on that?
60% AMI, and then those two set asides will be
Those would be the
subsidized
subsidized.
based off their income. They'll be paying right off their.
Okay, seeing no further discussion,
Well, I'm thinking.
we'll call the vote, please.
Councilmember Cortez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Overholzer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferrer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember DeRozier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Bowman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor McCoy, how do you vote?
Yes. By my math, I have a passage of 6-1. Okay, that brings us on to resolution 2406, increasing this, sorry, gentlemen, did they take off already? Thank you. Resolution 2406, increasing the senior activity reimbursement program annual allotment. And before we have Megan give this presentation, I just want to add some context to the conversation. I've had conversations with Sharon about this. She is here for questions. If anybody on council does have any questions about what they do, she's always willing to sit down with you. I'm hopeful that this council can come to some sort of consensus on what this program looks going forward. I don't think that we can keep coming back here and asking for 5,000 more every year. So I'm hopeful that we can come to a consensus tonight about what it looks like this year and also direct staff on what it looks like in the future. So that's my hope. And with that.
Good evening, council. So before you is the resolution, as Mayor McCoy stated, increasing the allotment from 12,000 to 17,000. We briefly touched on this earlier in the year in an admin report as in response to a senior that had come and spoke in one of our meetings that this may be coming back for an increase to the allocation. And as part of this, what you can do, there are various options with this program. You can look at it in its entirety. You could approve it for this year. You could direct staff to go back and come back with opportunities for it to look different. You could change the end date of it. This is 100% a council-driven program in order to support our seniors in the community and give them an opportunity to get together at a low to zero cost so they have something to do. And that is in our purview as a city to support our senior citizens within our community. So with that, I'll open it up for questions if you have any of me, and the floor is yours.
Councilmember Droschers.
So when you go and, well, I think you analyzed it last year and we raised the rate, I believe. Is that how you do it? You have to go in and look and project what the cost will be?
It was actually another request based upon the usage of the seniors. So right now, and I will give some a little bit of context, this program as it sits right now does support 17 different senior programs a month for various activities that the Battleground seniors put on for their senior citizens.
So I guess what I'm thinking is, do you adjust it or come to us with the amount going off like the CPI or anything like that? Like, how are you figuring out what the rate is besides our rate increases to the rental?
You talking, oh, the rental rate?
Yeah, like how do we budget? You know, they're needing $5,000 more. What was the calculation that we used?
So that was brought to a council member and then it was brought back to me to increase the amount based upon their programming and what they have and offer. So they're utilizing, the senior citizen group is utilizing it more, the program. In addition, they did take on the Tuesday, Thursday Pinochle group that previously was separate and had a lower cost agreement that has expired and they're now paying the same as everyone else. And so that did increase the rate to the group.
But to add context to that, they were originally not paying anything at all.
Correct.
So now what we're doing is we're charging them rent and then reimbursing them. So, I mean, it's not really, well, fuzzy math, I guess, would be, so.
It's on the books.
I mean, we're doing it the right way, but I mean, it's not like it's 5,000. I shouldn't confuse those. That's not money out of the coffers essentially, because we were never charging that money in the first place. So we're reimbursing for money we never charged. So it's a little confusing. That said, the fact that it's so confusing is why I'm hoping we give staff some direction. And with that, I see you, Councilmember Overholser, with your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we have a reimbursement policy with the seniors as it is now. And again, I understand based on the volume increase and also the price increase, we've had to adjust this, which I mean, I couldn't be happier about because I want to grow old here and I want to have a place to go hang out and play pinochle when I get old. Is there a way that we can maybe look at a reimbursement of like to track it instead of by dollars, but track it by hours or something like that, that would give us the ability to have a variable. So no matter what the rate is, it's a reimbursement of hours versus a reimbursement of dollars. Do we
Yeah, I
have the
get-
ability to do that?
That gets a little hard because of budget, so we have to allocate a certain dollar amount and appropriate that as a council to us to then go up to. We can absolutely do something with a program based upon hours, but we would still always need some sort of an appropriation in the budget for the program, like a cap, if that makes any sense. But on the backside, we could reimburse based on hours, but again, it's always gonna have a cost component to it.
Okay. And I know our contract as it sits goes out to, what was it, 33? So it was a 10-year contract written last year?
It was originally in its form back in 2021 was going to sunset in 2028. It was increased to 2033 this last September when when the sitting city council at the time increased it from 8,000 to 12,000.
Okay. Because I like the idea of having a long-term agreement with them so they know they have a place to go. And that's a stable environment for them. But I feel like we're gonna as inflation goes, we're gonna have these rate increases. Hopefully we won't do it again for a while, but the market predicts that, and so we'll be reevaluating this. It seems like almost annually, or if they got another couple groups to participate and they went up to 22 events or 22 different groups or whatever the case is. So, I see us bringing this back up every year that we have a rate increase, because it seems to kind of be a sliding scale, but maybe even more frequent than that based on attendance. So we might want to put something in there where we just automatically reevaluate this as part of the budget. Like I'm sure you guys already do, but the fact that it's coming up and we're in June and they're projecting out and they're going to run short on funds, that puts them in a predicament where they're trying to squeeze every penny, or maybe limiting some groups from playing as often or something like that. So I see a need to reevaluate this annually.
That was my intent of maybe directing staff to develop a program based on maybe surrounding municipalities so that we don't have to do that annually, but I agree with your concerns. Deputy Mayor Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number one, I think the resolution just needs to go away. We just did a resolution on this, and now we're coming back to change that resolution to add another $5,000. So the resolution, to me, this is something we should just look at and have the resolution go away. But my concern is that it's not sustainable at the rate that we're at. We went from $8,000 in 2021 to 17,000, so over 100% increase. And I don't think, Mr. Rogers, you were not here when we did the food bank stuff. So Mr. Cortez and I are the only ones that are on this council that probably would have been around 2010 when we couldn't find $5,000 to stripe Main Street from 503 to Parkway. And we didn't have $5,000 to do that. And we had to dip into reserve funds to even do that. And so at that time, we were given $25,000 to the food bank. We killed that. We were given $25,000 to Rose Float. We killed that. And we've killed the Rose Float. The Rose Float was here for 69 years and is gone now because they had an agreement, and they were working out of one of our buildings for $900 a year. And we have, $750,000 vacuum trucks sitting outside in the winter. And we had to make some decisions, and they're not fun decisions to make. But if we don't find a way to make this sustainable or to have it more equitable and fine, because it's not, and I think we have to look at that as a city. One of the things that was a concern when I got onto council in 2012 was the community center had nonprofit rates and then it had community rates for you and I if we went in and rented it. And the community center at that time was basically a nonprofit center. And so it was just full of every nonprofit we had and churches and everything else that was going on. And it wasn't generating the money it needed to generate. And so, and then what would happen is we were always told that, well, if we have a full rate paying customer, then the nonprofits get kicked, and it never happened. You're never going to kick, somebody that books it, every week or whatever it may be. So we never did that. So, this is kind of bringing stuff up to where we needed to be when we looked at the rates and those type of things. And we had previous staff that were allowing groups to be in there and weren't being charged. And that's kind of where we're at. But I would like staff to go back, look at what else is out there. One of the concerns I have is that many of these people using this may not be battleground residents. And by battleground residents, I mean actually live in the city limits. Everyone thinks they're a battleground resident because they have a 98604 zip code, but that's not necessarily true. And find out, do we have a whole bunch that are in the county? Can we work with our county partners to bring some funding for this and to work with us on this kind of stuff? And the other thing is I think, I may be wrong, but I think having sustainability or having, something like we do with the voucher program or the utility program of setting hey, this is what we're willing to give. And then it gives them the opportunity to look at getting the community involved. Because that's one of the issues that we had when we were donating to the food bank is at that time was, why should government be taking your tax money and then determining the nonprofits we're going to give it to? That should be your job, is to take your money that you have and find these nonprofits to be involved with. And so reaching out and finding other partners that we can have in this, so that it's just not the city, because it won't be sustainable. And if it comes back and it's $25,000 or $30,000, that's the 1% increase every year. So all of our increase will be ate up in providing a place for the seniors to go. It's a great community. It's a great opportunity for us to help with this and do this. But I don't think just throwing more money at it consistently is going to fix it. We need to figure out how we can make it sustainable.
Councilmember Davis?
I'll be really quick because I agree with the mayor as far as we need to give the staff some kind of direction on how to do this, because this is kind of a hot mess. And I agree as far as it's going to keep coming back. And so I would like to see how other communities do it, get some better ideas, and it's fair to everybody. Then our seniors know what's coming at it. And that's what we want. We want them not to be nervous or uncomfortable, but we also make, as you said, sustainable situation. So I like the fact of giving the staff direction to kind of fix this up a little bit and clean it up.
And I will point of clarification too, is that other jurisdictions don't do a program like this. What they typically do is they will have an agreement with someone like the Battleground Seniors that provides certain activities for seniors like yoga or fitness. This was a program that, again, came from council direction to come up with for us to create some sort of program to assist what was already in existence here. So we can absolutely look at potentially doing agreements like other jurisdictions do, but something like this doesn't exist elsewhere, at least in our region.
And I would agree. A lot of this is of council making. I don't want to say, because of the parameters were not set in a clear and concise manner. I don't think it's fair. When we created this and we basically said senior center of the group, you're going to be the clearinghouse for all these requests for reimbursement. We didn't put a lot of guardrails on that So if one group comes to them and wants a bunch of reimbursements, it eats up what their original goal was and their original, what they were originally doing, right? We just diluted what they were doing. So for me, the 5,000 gets them through the end of the year. It gives staff some time to come with some suggestions and ideas. I'm sure we have some parks people that they live in this world and they may have some better, be it grants, we give an X amount of grant and the seniors, delve that out how they see fit, but put more power in that group, get us out of picking winners and losers as far as which group can go in there and which can't. That would be my preference, but that's where I'm at. Councilmember Rochers.
So what you were explaining earlier is that nobody's actually exchanging money, right?
For the senior center, we were never charging them, so we're really reimbursing money we've never collected on.
Okay, and so what I'm wondering is, are they taking space that other people would rent?
Potentially.
No, according to Kim, our
Okay.
facilities manager.
So just kind of evens out.
But I mean, we need a program that basically, that's my point. I mean, we need to codify that or policy or procedure or something would be my preference. And I don't know what that looks like, but I trust you guys. Sorry, Councilmember Ferrer.
They all meet at the community center, right? Is my understanding, because they've gotten so big.
Two groups.
For their luncheon, for their monthly luncheon, they meet at the community center, but the rest of their events are held at the senior center.
Oh. Okay.
So they have their big event that you're thinking of
Yeah.
at the community center, but then they have quite a few other activities that do happen at the senior center.
And
Okay.
the secondary activities are eating up the budget.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering why we don't treat it more like a library or something where it's, people have access to go to use this facility without paying to use the facility. So the seniors have somewhere, yeah. Just,
Yeah, there are some there are some people who rent it out. Deputy Mayor Bowman.
So can we just make a motion to approve an additional $5,000 and not even do it through resolution? Because the resolution, obviously, we've already,
So with the resolution, it sets the parameters for the program for our state auditors. So it's something they can audit the reimbursement requests too. So that's why it was done in that mechanism. So what you could do is what this resolution would do is it would increase the amount, but you could also then amend it to then say with a sunset date of, and change the sunset date from December 31st, 2033 to December 31st, 2024.
and that's resolution 2406.
Yes.
And I'd like to move to approve resolution 2406, increasing the senior activity reimbursement program by $5,000 to expire December 31st of 2024.
Second.
Well,
you-
yeah. Well, the motion does not direct staff to come back with us with anything. So that's the only amendment I would like to propose to this motion is that in that motion that we have staff directed to come back with some different options by.
Which I'm fine with. I just thought because it's a resolution and we're amending a resolution.
Okay, well, how about
do
this?
that and then direct staff
Okay.
without just thumbs up. or whatever.
I'm fine with approving this resolution with the fact that we will direct staff afterwards. So any comments? No, see no comments online. Any other questions, comments here? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, carries 7-0. And now I'd entertain a motion or just direction on staff. We just do thumbs up on
Yeah,
that.
I think you just
Or,
have to get some information for us and figure.
Yeah, just some best practices, whatever that may be.
Do we want to give them like a time? Like, can we get this like within
By budget?
50 days or?
Yeah,
By October budget.
part of the budget process might be a good way. Yeah, maybe the budget committee can look at it. That might be
So go through the budget.
a fun
So
side by. Let's get some work out of that budget committee. All right, so thumbs up for that.
Good.
Hands up online if you agree. All right, so we have consensus. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Any administrative reports tonight? I'm not seeing any.
No
Okay.
administrative.
And council communications, anything for good of the order? Deputy Mayor Bowman.
I have just two real quick. Number one, we had the new police officer in tonight, and I know we've lost a couple. Where are we at staff wise? How many are we down now?
My best speculation right now is I think I'm down 2.
Okay, so down 2. And okay, 2. Does that include the overhires? Yeah. Okay, all right. And then the other thing I just wanted to reach out to council and to the city staff. So I was eating at a place here in town today, and I got to thinking that when I was mayor, when I first came on council, we used to do a lot of ribbon cuttings for businesses that came to town. At the time, it was only businesses that were member of this Chamber of Commerce they would cut ribbons for, but the city always provided the plaque, and the mayor was there, council was there. There's a lot of businesses in this city that we've never recognized. There's a lot of businesses that have come, invested millions of dollars to be in our city, and we've never taken the time to say, hey, we appreciate you being here. And so what I would like to see if council would be fine with is having staff come up with a program that is directed through obviously community development. Anytime we receive permits and we've got a business that's going to open, that the city then goes out and does a ribbon cutting for those businesses, and welcome them to the city, have a plaque like we used to, tell them we appreciate them being here. It's very little that we're spending to show goodwill and show that, hey, we really appreciate what you're bringing to the city. So just today, while I was sitting there, there was at least 15 businesses in the area that I was in that we've never recognized. And in the past, that was something that the chamber did their thing and they did a good job, but I always had issues that if you weren't a chamber member, we didn't do a ribbon cutting for you. And so I think this is a way for us to be more involved, put it out on our social media that, hey, these new businesses are open. We're gonna have a ribbon cutting, give them a little plaque, welcome to the city. I know Walmart is in their 10th year. That's I think that's the first one I did as mayor. And it was a great event. And I think they're doing a remodel and there's opportunities to go. I think they want to do a celebration of their remodel in their 10th year here, but there's opportunities for us to maybe be a little bit more proactive as a city there, if that's fine.
I like it.
Trying to make the mayor work. I see what you're doing.
Exactly.
I will, Alicia's been great I've asked her for some celebrations of anniversaries of businesses, and she's been great at getting those certificates out. So it is tough to keep up with it as mayor, who is where and what is where as far as businesses, but I'd be willing to do it. So I need a motion to suspend rules because I think we're going to go past our 10:30. We have a 45-minute exec session coming up. I believe it's going to take 45 minutes. So I would motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman. Second by Ferrer. This is a motion to suspend rules for the end of the meeting for our governance manual. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, what happens in exec stays in exec. Pursuant to RCW 4230-110 sub 1 sub G, the city council will enter an executive session to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment. The session will last 45 minutes, commencing at 10 o'clock and ending at 10:45 with possible action to follow. Thank you.
Okay, let me mute. Mr. Mayor, if you would. Guys are please. So we need to go into your calendar invitation that I sent you. If you go into your calendar, yeah, and then go to battle here, and then, yeah, that should work. The flip, yeah. See if that works. Otherwise, I can then go, I just put my phone into my office and it's over there. If he doesn't join, in the meantime, I'll go grab it. You want me to? Sorry about that.
I'll take the board, I'll take the.
Not. Remote slip. Okay.
All right, call the meeting back to order at 10:48.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve candidates 1, 4, and 8 to come back for interviews, July 9th and 10th, and release all the other candidates.
Second.
Motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman and a second by Councilmember Ferrer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And that concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is Monday, July 15th. No study session. Regular meetings at 7 PM. Thank you.
Oh.